Hello, hello, hello. Bonjour. Bon après-midi. So that's what happens when you put a bunch of Caribbeanists in a room. the the conversation keep flowing. I am so happy to be here and to welcome all of you in this room and on the live stream online for what I am hoping will be a really exciting and enriching conversation. I am Cécile Fromont for those that I haven't had the pleasure to meet yet. And I serve as the faculty director of the Allen Locke Gallery here at the Hutchins Center. I am really delighted to welcome all of you to Harvard University, an institution that is located on the traditional and ancestral land of the Massachusetts, the original inhabitants of what is known today as Boston and Cambridge. As we gather together today and tomorrow, we pay respect to the people of the Massachusetts tribe, past and present, and we honor the land itself, which remains sacred to the Massachusetts people. We also meet today and tomorrow aware of the university's historic ties to slavery, ties that were direct, financial, and intellectual. The Allen Locke Gallery, which is hosting all of us today, is a nearly unique exhibition space at a major US university because it is dedicated exclusively to African and African American art. African American, I hurry to note here, encompasses a broader meaning than what is common in its usual use as an adjective that tends to refer to the Afro-descendant population of the United States exclusively. At the Allen Locke Gallery and the Hutchins Center, to which it belongs, we understand the term hemispherically, if not even more broadly. While the art of the US has historically been at the core of the center's permanent collection and research programs, attention to the varied expressive cultures of the African continent and its diasporas has always been a central dimension of its works and activities. More recently, Latin America has become another strong area of focus at the Hutchins Center with the creation of ALARI, the Afro-Latin American Research Institute, under the impetus of Alejandro de la Fuente. The exhibition El Pasado Mío, my own past Afro-descendant contributions to Cuban art, that was open in 2022-2023, emerged from this program. One of the initiatives that I have implemented at the gallery as faculty director is to organize the preliminary academic symposium during the development of each of our new shows, bringing together artistic creation and scholarship in dialogue with one another and as fulcrums for one another. This symposium is one of these events organized in preparation of our upcoming exhibition for 2026-2027, guest curated by Claire Tancon, titled Vent Levé, Sovereign Visions of the Creole and Maroon Caribbean and Amazonia, Guadeloupe, Martinique, Guyane, and Haiti. It is an ambitious collective exhibition with a focus on the first quarter of the millennium that explores the transhistorical and interregional sovereignty of imagination at work in Creole and Maroon Caribbean and Amazonian artistic production. It firmly belongs to the Allen Locke Gallery's capacious view of African and African American art and culture, and we enthusiastically welcome the opportunity it gives us to turn our sustained attention to the French and Kreyol-Speaking Caribbean and Guyane. The Allen Locke Gallery is partnering for the exhibition with the Memorial Act, a major museum, memorial, and cultural space in Guadeloupe. The MACT will host a paired, larger exhibition of Vent Levé in what curator Claire Tancon calls an American season. And we are very happy to have with us for the symposium the MAC Cultural and Scientific Director, Maëlle Lavenaire, who we welcome. First and foremost, on the occasion of the exhibition, we are delighted at the opportunity to showcase and to amplify artworks and artists seldom exhibited in the United States, and even less so in a presentation curated from a situated French Caribbean perspective, such as that of Claire. As a university gallery, it is also our mission to foster scholarly engagement with the artworks, artistic practices, and socio-political discourses surrounding them. Thus, it is the broad and ambitious goal of the symposium to cast a rigorous scholarly and intellectual lens on some of the issues brought to the fore by the exhibition project, by the works of its participating artists, by the history, geography, ecology, and intellectual history of the spaces under consideration. If we organize this symposium on the occasion of the production of the exhibition, it is our aim to open a broader academic conversation about the historical and contemporary stakes of artistic creation in the French and Creole-speaking Caribbean and Amazonia, past and present. This is a timely endeavor. The study of Black art in the United States is experiencing a moment of theoretical and methodological efflorescence. Latin American art history has been a thriving field of study, hand in hand with important temporary exhibitions and, more recently, permanent displays in major museums. The study of Afro-Latin American visual culture is also a dynamic emergent field. In contrast, the visual and expressive cultures of and about territories and peoples of the Americas once under French colonial rule has received relatively less attention. Landmark shows such as Paris Noir, Circulation artistique et lutte anticoloniale, or Guillaume Lethière, né à la Guadeloupe, but also the scholarly work of Carlos Elius, Anne Lafont, Meredith Martin, Christelle Lozère, and many others is paving the way towards greater recognition and better understanding of these visual traditions with important work of corpus formation and theorization. Similarly, renewed attention to the region also arises thanks to an effervescent and sophisticated art scene that has emerged around distinguished contemporary artists whose creative vision is shedding new light on the past, present, and future of visual arts in, from, and about this geography. The wind, indeed, is rising, vent levé. As we will discuss in the coming 2 days, contemporary art creation in the 3 territories of Martinique, Guadeloupe, and Guyane, as well as the independent nation of Haiti, is profoundly shaped by a political trajectory that saw their transformations from colonies of France between the 17th century and for Martinique, Guadeloupe, and Guyane, World War II, to integrated regions of their former metropoles. And there is kind of a whole corner of the internet that is about maps of France's former integrated colonies, and we are talking today of the American red dots here on the map. These territories are now part of the European Union. They use the euro, and France's longest land border is with Brazil in a stretch of 450 miles between Guyane and the state of Amapá. The 3 regions share historical and contemporary administrative ties, as well as demographic commonalities, from pre-European contact Arawak migrations from the Orinoco Delta into the Caribbean islands to the transatlantic slave trade and the 19th and 20th century chosen or imposed economic displacement, notably from Asia. They also bear the weight of a socially, economically, and politically structuring rapport with centralized French administration, a rapport that necessitates constant attempts to bridge a sea of cultural, demographic, and cultural differences. Yet, of course, they are all distinct territories that cannot be amalgamated. At the level of geography, for instance, Martinique is an island, Guadeloupe is an archipelago, and Guyane an immense stretch of continental land that's about 1/7 of continental France. And that poses some mapping challenges when you represent them, often not to scale. While all three speak mutually understandable French-based Creole, each of the three tongues is unique, reflecting and shaping its local cultural environment. Creole language and its cultural ramifications also bear witness to the deep shared histories between the three French integrated regions and Haiti, who were all once ruled and exploited under French colonial rule and the slavery-dependent plantation system it instituted. Haiti, however, gained and maintained its independence from France early on in 1804, while the others remain today unemancipated. Similarly, the significance of a notion of French Amazonia or French Creole Amazonia must be confronted to superimpose ecological, cultural, and political realities operating at a range of timescales, from the geoecological to the imperial and contemporary political electoral cycle. One of the questions raised by the symposium, therefore, is the extent to which this shared history still informs contemporary creation and still serves a relevant purpose in its critical examination. What meaning, if any, can we derive from exhibiting together artists from these starkly distinct, yet also objectively related geopolitical spaces? These imbricated histories and the challenges they pose to interpretation appear clearly in the historical artworks and documents, such as the unself-consciously colonial and exoticizing vision of the illuminated maps of Martinique, Guadeloupe, not shown, and Guyane, here integrated to the left, in Levasseur's mid-19th century Atlas of France. We see it also in Agostino Brunias's 18th century paintings, now in the Harvard Art Museum. So the question is the space of Van Levé the same as the one in Levasseur's map, the same as Brunias's painting? If it is not characterized by this colonial heritage, then by what? The same histories are also incandescently relevant to readings of contemporary artworks. Think, for instance, of the colonial and neo-colonial dimensions of human and ecological catastrophe addressed in David Gumb's work Songer about pesticide poisoning, or Louisa Marajo's evocation of sargassum algae invasion. In another line of interrogation, what is the place of indigeneity in relationship to creolization in Francky Amété's redeployed Tembe maroon expression? Does the tapestries by Raphaël Barontini, an artist of Guadeloupean descent featuring Haitian historical heroic figures, suggest or even rely on a Creole diasporic solidarity? Finally, what are the local stakes of exhibiting French and Creole-speaking Caribbean and Amazonian art at Harvard in the Boston area? I very much look forward to discussing these questions in the coming today among a distinguished and truly thrilling group of experts and practitioners for whose presence I am very much grateful. This event can be held thanks to the support of the David Rockefeller Center for Latin American Studies, the Hutchins Center, the Dominique de Menil Fellowship, and the remarkable work of the Hutchins Center's events team, Kinsley Carter, Justine Snide, the gallery interim director, Dale Hamilton, our executive director, Abby Wolf, and also thanks to the support and inspiration of my co-conspirators for the symposium, Claire Tancon and Audrey Celestine. So with this, I extend to all of you a warm welcome, and I wish you a great symposium. Let me introduce you to Audrey, Celestine, and Claire, who may or may not come say some words.
It was a great introduction, so I'm not sure. We need more from now on.
More.
Well, thank you very much. I have like a short presentation of like more historical stakes. I have no images. It's going to be a little more boring than what was presented now, but I'm going to do it anyway. A few weeks ago, in a statement that I sent to some of you, I shared some of my thoughts on the upcoming Van Levé exhibition to come, and I tried to gather all of the reasons why I had been interested in various aspects of artistic creation and art in the French, Caribbean, and cultural scene. Not being myself, I'm neither an artist nor an art historian. I'm a sociologist of identity and a historian of migration and of the French Caribbean. But for me, it was rather important to state that in post-colonial Caribbean societies, and particularly in the French and Creole-speaking Caribbean and in Guyana, engagement with art could not be conceived as a simple relationship to aesthetic objects or institutionalized forms, that it involved profound questions of identity, around authenticity, legitimacy, memory, and power. And I was really hoping that the symposium would enable us to open a space for discussion around the tensions that arise from these very loaded terms, concepts, notions: identity, authenticity, legitimacy, memory, and power. And to me, that entailed looking at the words of art, not just as sites of expression or representation, but also, I was trained as a political sociologist, as fields of struggle, negotiation, and possibility, where colonial legacies, aspirations to emancipation, and contemporary forms of creation played out with particular intensity. And while preparing for the symposium and being like really aware that I would be the one, less at ease with images, I was thinking about how a few years ago I was reading about this whole line of reflection initiated by historians in Martinique and Guadeloupe, most of them at the University of the Antilles, around the dynamics of Caribbean history, specifically that of Martinique and Guadeloupe. A history and dynamic that had been long marked by the study of events, big events, wars of conquest, the chronological succession of colonial administrators and governors, without a real analysis of the dynamics of transformation of Antillean societies as such. And these local historians brought to the fore an Antillean subject of research, and we can debate about the very term of Antillean, particularly within academia. And they thought to develop a historical perspective, a real social history of men and women in the Antilles. And because precisely for a long time, what Guadeloupean historian Jean-Pierre Sainton called a totalizing colonial vision really prevailed, postulating peripheral spaces without roots, entirely generated from the center, and whose history could only make sense through the lens of the colonial relationship. the consequence was that historiography was one that could for a long time be read only insofar that it was directly linked to metropolitan or European events. And then came fortunately, a number of transformations, including the emergence of what could be considered a sort of relatively classic divide in colonial history, the primacy of internal versus external dynamics. So historians would try and decide, okay, what steered that or that elements. This had long-term effects, notably through a recurring tripartite divisions between pre-colonial times, historical colonial times, and post-colonial times or immediate history. Certain topics are indeed very difficult to grasp solely from a very internal dynamics. You know, if you think about economic dynamics, about the crisis of the plantation system, or the sugar economy, if you think about the impact of the Industrial Revolution in the Antilles, and everything that led to the dependence on the global economy and the colonial market, of course, external elements are necessary to the analysis. Yet, political visions have had a strong influence on approaches to these dynamics. And sometimes they kind of produced a very mechanistic and binary interpretations of the factors of change in those regions of historical change. In the study of the revolutionary period in particular, the question arose of, you know, the primacy of the French Revolution versus the movement of enslaved people. And that's been also one of the important themes in the historiography. And even with the development of Atlantic history, that did not really resolve all of the problems, because as noted by several historians, the relationship between the whole and its parts remained problematic. And the macroscopic vision that is imposed by the Atlantic scale can lead to some sort of dead ends if it's not systematically combined with a more micro-historical study at the very local level. So the new perspective that were offered by these historians I was mentioning earlier have showed the importance of, you know, trying to constantly adapt the lens of analysis of these territories, shifting from the macro to the micro very regularly in order to really understand these dynamics. The question of imaginaries and their power in Caribbean history has also been very central, especially in the last decade. And you've had a number of very important topics: Africa, France, Haiti, slavery, but also the Republic in the case of Martinique, Guadeloupe, and Guyane, are all elements that played a very important role in shaping the way people would think of Caribbean history. An active role can be seen in the contemporary period by other notions: departmentalization in the case of these territories, assimilation, the state, the colonial state, l'état colonial, nationalism. When I was reading the pre-circulated versions of the paper that you very kindly agreed on sending on very short notice for this symposium, and we really thank you, it really reinforced to me the importance of breaking down the barriers between historical fields and to re-articulate the economic, political, and cultural and artistic dimensions, as well as internal and external factors, to grasp the dynamics of these very histories I was mentioning earlier, but also to grasp the new territories of imaginations in the 21st century and how a number of questions are obviously shaping artistic creation today. Silences, toxicity, tremblement, sovereignty, cities, or paradise. Well, thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to hearing and participating in all of the discussions, and well, thank you again.
Good afternoon, everyone. And Erica, I'm just noticing you in the audience. I can't wait. I think we last saw each other in Miami, possibly. Yes, Denise, New York. Alexandre, never. It takes Boston for me to finally meet you. Thank you, Audrey, and thank you, Cécile. It's a pleasure to be here. I will save my words for my somewhat extended paper as you will find out in the second part of the afternoon. I think it was about a year ago, Audrey, that serendipity brought us together at the Fondation pour la Mémoire de l'Esclavage, then not yet planning for the 25th anniversary of the law recognizing slavery as a crime against humanity. I ran into Audrey. By then she had heard about the sorry cancellation of Vendée by a major French public institution. Next thing you know, she gets in touch with Cécile. Cécile gets in touch with me. And voila, a year later, this all manifests thanks to the extraordinary wherewithal of these two ladies, long-time childhood friends, cavorting in carnival like it's nobody's business. And the reason why I'm allowing myself this extemporary presentation, which is somewhat the way I like to do it, is because I really want to pay homage to the spirit of sisterhood, which is making this possible. I also want to pay tribute to the Ford Foundation, to Denise Morel, who was the ultimate connector between Duran Walker and myself about 4 years ago. And I think it has not been lost on you how somehow this French Caribbean exhibition takes place not in France, but here in Boston. Not done by your traditional French curator, and I stop short of mentioning sorry words, which I may regret, but by three self-sovereign, self-determined Caribbean women. And so I really, really want us to think about what that may mean to address sovereignty, the way in which these non-sovereign territories uniquely do, at a time when Caribbean sovereignty has never been as much in jeopardy as now, as we know with the recent events in Venezuela, Cuba, and the ongoing crisis in Haiti. So without further ado, I thank you warmly again for attending the symposium so expertly organized by Cécile and Audrey, with me as the trickster to mess a bit with the water. Thank you, bye-bye.
Thank you so much. So without further ado, we will jump into our first panel. Before that, let me a few words of organization. We do have coffee and some snacks right outside, so please feel free to go get some refreshments there. We really, would like to keep things very informal in its form so that we can focus on the intellectual work. We will have the three presentations, and then we'll have a good amount of time at the end for conversation. So do write down your questions, your comments, and we are hoping for a robust conversation. I will introduce very quickly, just by affiliation, our speakers, because in your program we have biographies, so you can get into the details of all the amazing accomplishments of all of our speakers, and also get to know what they are up to these days. And I think we're ready to get started with the first panel that we have titled A Vast Caribbean. And our first speaker will be Tao Ligofi, who is coming from Hunter College at the City University of New York. And her paper is titled Afro-Asian Tremblement, Wilfredo Lam, Mallory et Loapézy, Kelly Sinapa Marie. Thank you for being with us, Tao.
Just grabbing the slides real quick.
Oh, sure.
Okay, so I'm up first, and please forgive my lack of speaking French. At Yale, I took French for reading, so I can read French but not speak it. It's really an honor to be here, especially hearing the impetus behind the conference, the sense of sisterhood, Caribbean women, and sovereignty. So hopefully what I'm offering in my analysis today is of the same wavelength. So thank you to Cecile. It's our first time meeting, but I feel that there's just been a kindred intellectual spirit, which means a lot, and it feels kismet, as next year, the Hutchins Center will be my intellectual home for a book that I'm writing called Milk, on the politics of Black and Asian mothering on the plantation. So you might see how it will connect to what I'm presenting today. Thanks also to Audrey, to Claire, Kingsley, and the staff here at Hutchins for making arrangements. I have a toddler, and it's always appreciated when that kind of care into organizing everything can be acknowledged and, aided with. Okay, so Afro-Asia, trembling. I begin with a painting that I cannot seem to stop writing about, Wilfredo Lamb's 1950 La Rumeur de la Terre. It has long been contrasted with Pablo Picasso's 1937 Guernica, with which it is clearly in conversation. I read it as a visual critique, a commentary on colonial fascism and its terrors, as powerful as Aimé Césaire's Discourse on Colonialism, published in the same year, 1950. While much is said of Picasso's influence on Lamb, I choose to center his friendship with Aimé and Suzanne Césaire instead. I choose to linger on the original title being the French title, which I learned from the MoMA curators of the recent show, and what the translation of rumors between French, English, and Spanish might tell us about what these colonial languages cannot contain. Lamb plainly and defiantly described his painting as decolonization and as of the language of African poetry. While he could have named the painting terremoto or earthquake in Spanish, he chose rumor. He chose rumbling in the English, and here I feel there's a poetics in the choice of the rumor, in the potential power of gossip and whispers by those perceived as weak. I hear the sonic opacity of low frequencies, something that I will return to at the conclusion of this talk, and I'll ask for your participation in a sonic experiment because I'm a DJ and we'll see where that takes us. In addition, the translation of rumblings and not rumors, we see, or hear rather, a gesture to the tectonic shifts caused by decolonization, shaking the world order of coloniality, literal groundbreaking. We see this Afro-Caribbean poetry in the decolonization of the collaboration in 1939 with Césaire in the edition of Notebook of a Return to the Native Land. And at the MoMA retrospective, which just closed, the printed matter was powerfully showcased. In its pages, I felt the rumors of negritude as rumblings of the earth, the English translation. The earth tones, the colors that we see here, the shades of brown, are the shades of the dark earth, and also what W.E.B. Du Bois called the darker races. The darkness is more than epidermal, it is an embrace of the soil. Something is about to be born, a new world perhaps, between Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean. So a show of hands, I'm curious how many were able to see the retrospective at MoMA of When I Don't Sleep, I Dream. Okay, so a good number of us. I'll be happy to talk in the Q&A more about maybe what you all noticed. But I've been writing for a couple of years now a chapter that is finally about to be published in a volume from Duke University Press on Black environmentalisms from a Yale conference a couple of years ago. And I chose to focus on geology, which I'll be talking about more today, as well as Chinese temporality for Lam. So in the exhibition, I noted that as you enter the room to the right, they had photographs that I had never seen before, showing us his journey from Marseille to Martinique during World War II. And it was interesting, the provenance of these images from the Holocaust Museum. So it shows him in 1941 with 300 others, artists. And yeah, it's great to see him in the backdrop there, wanting to be seen. He really stands out for obvious reasons. And I wanted to linger for a bit on a project that I was a part of called In the Same Boats, which might help us to think through the different figures of the Afro-Atlantic. So this was a digital humanities project by Kayama Glover and Alex Hill, part of the Caribbean Digital, and they wanted to map the Afro-Atlantic. So I said, well, what about Wilfredo Lam? Why is he not included? He was here and there and everywhere. And as we can see from the map, it is true. So I spent several years tracing his comings and goings, traveling to Havana, and I learned, I think, the most about him in Paris through his son, Esquil, who manages his estate. So from 1902 to 1982, we can see his trajectories, and the map helped me to think about his illegibility to the art market. Of course, not to himself. Would he be considered part of Asian art, African art, Latin American, Cuban, Caribbean, Black, mixed, Creole, Chinese? These are the question marks. I believe that he was always in translation and translating, and tracing these lines helps us to understand how and why. So we shift now to fault lines, a different kind of geometry, and to this notion of plate tectonics. So it represented a paradigm shift, and it's only as recent as 1967 that geologists began to agree on this concept of these shifting plates of the Earth. So to think about this periodization and to think about the paradigm shifts necessary for decolonization, we can look to Guernica. We can think about the fact that Lam left Havana for the Spanish Civil War and what it means for rumblings of the earth to be indexed to this painting in conversation where the figure that is the victim becomes the victimizer in Lam's painting. So we can sit with the trembling, with the fear, and in Lam's painting, the earth trembles, ready for birth. So that leads me to thinking about him in context with the French and Creole-speaking Caribbean, and with Edouard Glissant's conception of tremblement. So in conversation with two contemporary Guadeloupean artists of South Asian heritage, Mallory Eloy Paisley and Kelly Sinapa Mary, there's a way to understand the racial fault lines that divide the darker continents, Asia and Africa. And where these plates converge is in the Caribbean. So tremblement, for those who are not aware, in his own words, Glissant described it as neither incertitude nor fear. It is not what paralyzes us. Tremble thinking is the instinctual feeling that we must refuse all categories of fixed and imperial thought. And I want us to linger on the refusal that he notes here. Tremblement is thinking in which we can lose time searching, in which we can wander, and in which we can counter all systems of terror, domination, and imperialism with the poetics of trembling. It allows us to be in real contact with the world and with the peoples of the world. So I offer just such a timeline of these aftershocks of a kind of periodization of calamity when it comes to climate crisis in my book, Dark Laboratory. And the paperback just came out, so that's exciting to think about how it will travel and how it will be translated. So the New York Times Book Review said, did Christopher Columbus jumpstart the climate crisis? My answer is, in 1493, yes, he did. And the answer is sugarcane. So that should be no surprise to those of us in this room, because he brought to the island of Hispaniola sugarcane, and my argument, a visual argument that we see on the book cover, is that monocrop agriculture, which led to deforestation of woodlands of the Americas, beginning in Guanahani, so in the Bahamas and the Caribbean, actually predates the Industrial Revolution in terms of this logic of extractivist capitalism. So this invitation is really wonderful because it allows me to return to one of the last chapters of the book called Affective Plate Tectonics. And I recount a trip to Martinique in 2019 and how it felt to be at Aimé Césaire International Airport. I think about when Columbus first arrived in the Caribbean, and that he noted seeing the island and what the Taino called it, Mariana. So the book really traces Columbus and what I call an Italian mistake and where it has led us, but it also suggests that there are many strategies for climate policy, among which affective plate tectonics, a kind of global emergency system in which we could feel beyond the boundaries of geopolitics is necessary. So I talk about the way that a transnational climate policy would allow us to coordinate responses for nations not our own. Haiti and Jamaica are intimately connected as both straddle the Enriquillo Plantain Garden fault zone, a major left lateral strike-slip fault system. This means that when natural disaster strikes one island, it will likely soon strike the other. Isolated islands do not experience pain in isolation. So I was recently appointed in Earth and Environmental Studies at the CUNY Grad Center, and it's been exciting to think through geology, and especially, I guess, the Black geologic and this new turn, which I'll conclude with more thoughts about. So in terms of these fault lines, I begin with Lamb, who I've been writing about for a decade, and this work on Guadeloupe is much newer, but it shows us the connection between these different Caribbean cities. And what I want to suggest is that there is a connected grammar across these fault lines. There is a connected sense of temporality and a sense of geography. And we're seeing an incredible field that people are referring to as the Black geographies, in which translation is really key, so that we can really sit with the Dutch, the Danish, all of these various experiences, especially in a place like the Caribbean, where we can follow thinkers like Glissant, who in Caribbean Discourse reminds us that the West is not a project, the West is not a place, it is a project. So I also want us to think through the Afro-Asia in my title, in that it is a project and not a place. So what does that mean for geography once we sit with that sense of Caribbean time and Caribbean grammar? In Caribbean Discourse, he also speaks of Creole, defining it as the not yet standardized, referring to language. And I feel that there is a real power in the illegibility of the not yet standardized, which becomes a kind of place for opacity, which are strategies that I see each of these artists in their own time enacting, and enacting in a way that speaks to the sovereign. So across these fault lines, and through this understanding of a paradigm shift of plate tectonics, putting Cuba in conversation with Guadeloupe and Martinique, I think, is significant because of the journeys and trajectories and itineraries that Wilfredo Lamb traveled in what inspired and evolved his art practice. So in terms of this contemporary vision, we now look to Mallory Elwa Paisley, and specifically her film Les Hommes Vertige, Tales of a City. So I guess it's a word of her own that she's made of the vertigo man. And it follows Guadeloupans through Pointe-à-Pitre, and she celebrates the concrete of the dilapidating landscape. So there's a kind of intimate geology there. She documents their musings on sovereignty, some who fought in Cuba. We lose track of time with Paisley's subjects. She goes on night patrols. And just as Glissant describes tremblement, there's a kind of errantry that becomes a method for her as the filmmaker. So I'll see if this plays, and if not, then I'll invite you to watch the trailer another time. Well, I see it on the screen.
It's because we're in presentation. I don't know if we'll be able to show it.
It's okay if not.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Wait, oh. Okay, here you go.
Okay, so you can imagine with us, but the figure we saw on the screen would be definitely one of the vertigo men that we follow with Paisley. And to think about vertiginous in English, it is the sense of being on the edge. And that person describes himself as the streets. So I wanted to sit with the kind of meaning of the asphalt there. And she follows bulldozers and deconstruction or demolition, and a firm called Avenir Deconstruction, so future deconstruction. So she's thinking about residential blocks and the urban landscape consigned to history in these empty streets. Her next project, which I spoke with her about, will be exploring her paternal lineage, with her father's family being from India, which takes us into this question of Afro-Asianness and how it is legible and not in the Caribbean. So from 1854 to 1889, it's estimated over 40,000 Indian people were indentured, coming from the port of Pondicherry. And today, obviously, the French do not keep records of ethnicity or race, but it's estimated that maybe between 8% and 14% of Guadeloupans are of ancestors who were indentured. So when I think about a country like where my mother is from, Jamaica, where the population who is Indo-Caribbean might be 0.8%, it's really fascinating to think about the illegibility of Indianness in the Guadeloupean context. And that's something that we see definitely in the work of Kelly Sinapa Mary. So she actually grew up, she recounts, identifying as Afro-descendant, but in fact, she says that her family is from Tamil Nadu. So I wanted to kind of just sit with that sort of confusion that she felt. And this is, of course, what she has written herself in venues like Caribbean Quarterly, but also in terms of how she's been interviewed. So we see this figure called Violet, who kind of blends into the background and maybe speaks to what Sinapa Mary describes as no return. So when she thinks about her Indianness, she thinks about the Kalapani, the sense of losing caste, traveling across the oceans. And you can see that through painting, she really is searching for why it is that she was not told anything about South Asia. So I think it's interesting to consider the grammar of the door of no return, not something that she engages with, but to think about what it means for her to kind of defiantly rewrite Césaire in calling a series of her paintings Notebook of No Return. So that's still an open question for me, and I'd love to hear in the Q&A if you have ideas as to what it might mean for her, or if you've read more about that context. So naturally, she turns to Carl Turbui's work, being from the Trinidadian and Mauritian experience and the ways that he theorizes coolitude in relation to Césaire, though he says taking any distance from any sort of essentialism when it comes to that term. So No Return for Sinepa Mary is really about an ecological sense of fading into the background, but also it is thorny. So we see these sea urchin, this kind of melding, what she calls these mutant figures that show up in her work. For me, as the newly appointed geology professor, I was very taken by her moving mountains literally here, and also playing with the style of illustration from Little Black Sambo, which is something that I've also written about for a long time in terms of the blackness and South Asianness being conflated in that children's tale. So it's really, I think, fascinating to consider these strategies. Growing up, I knew this storybook because my parents were taught it in school in the UK, where we're from. And it was always this thing of like, oh, well, there are no tigers in Africa, so is he Indian? Question mark, right? Eddie Bruce Jones is a law professor in the UK, Harvard alum. He is of Indo-Jamaican, Jamaican, Chinese, and African-American heritage, and he has a really beautiful poem that I love to teach called India Has Left Us. And in it, he gives us the iconography of Hanuman, an important god worshipped by many across the Caribbean of South Asian heritage. And he sits with the grammar of what India has left us, and has it left us behind. So to conclude, the geological turn offers new strategies that really force us to think, across 4 billion years, right, in terms of the rock record, that force us to think about the seismic activity, the fact that seismology, much of it comes from the Caribbean because the case studies have been so tragic here. And I have a chapter on Martinique and volcanoes. So from earthquakes to volcanoes, the hotspot of the Caribbean is one that we understand as a crucible, and scholars like Lisa Lowe have shown us that. But I think it's interesting that they're often theorizing by turning to artists, not simply as the book cover, but this Yinka Shonibare sculpture at the Maritime Museum in England really indexes something about Afro-Asia that is vernacular. So across these fault lines, I think that translation and this question of a decolonial grammar is one where we might think about these choices of punctuation, of translation, and how the grammar of trembling, which Glissant has given us, might translate differently as a grammar of quaking. And if we think about how race is always evolving, looking to these fault lines, there's a way to sit with the temporality and to sit with this idea of a project that certainly can be indexed to Bandung in 1955, but the work that I'm trying to do with my next book really is wanting to sit in the plantation of the Caribbean to understand a prehistory when it comes to labor and what it means to be Creole. So as for the return to the sonic experiment, I want to ask you to scan this QR code. I'm going to do it too, so that we can tremble together. So there will be a file, and then just press play and turn your volume up and we'll see if this works. Great. So hopefully you're hearing or feeling that kind of vibration. It's part of what I've been experimenting with in terms of sounding as a method, and we all just became a sound system together, listening to the lower frequencies. Yeah, I think that there is, in this method, Glissant describes it not as a metaphor, that it actually is concrete, it's real, it's about the bombardment, it's about the bombing, the aftershocks of these vibrations from the violence, from the natural disasters. And we ought to, in this moment, sit with those tremors and to really think about what it means to listen and to feel with the body viscerally. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Usha Rangu, who is my colleague here from the French department at Harvard. And she will be sharing a presentation titled Oral Traditions, Contemporary Art, New Epistemologies in the Caribbean and Indian Ocean. Welcome.
Yeah, I think I need to change the slides as well. No, that's not it. Sorry.
Yeah, but this is for the discussion.
Oh, sure.
And then you should put this in your pocket. You don't have to turn it on or off.
What if I don't have a pocket? I do.
Okay. It has a clip. Too.
Okay.
All right. Just keep it.
I think it, yeah,
It
that's
is.
right.
Yep. All right, just keep the slides up. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Bonjour, hello. First, thank you, Audrey Célestine, Cécile Fromont, and Claire Tancon for organizing this symposium and bringing us all together. Can everyone hear me? Yes. Yes, good. And thank you to everyone for being here. I'll start right away. So Édouard Glissant and Patrick Chamoiseau ask that we pay attention to our landscape. Il ne faut pas oublier que nous relevons d'une histoire qui n'a pas été racontée, de l'histoire des vaincus. Les esclaves n'ont pas raconté, les Amérindiens n'ont pas raconté, tous les immigrants n'ont pas raconté. Les seuls à avoir raconté sont les dominants, les maîtres, les vainqueurs, et ils l'ont fait de différentes manières, par des monuments, par des symboles, par des édifices. Il y a des traces. Glissant a évoqué la notion de traces. Pour lui, le paysage est notre monument. Ainsi, dans la lecture du paysage, nous pourrons trouver la mémoire perdue de ceux qui n'ont pas eu la parole, qui n'ont pas écrit, qui n'ont pas raconté. Our histories are not in monuments and street names, but in our landscape, says Chamoiseau. There are traces, says Glissant. There are traces in the morne of the marron, in the Creole gardens, in the spices our Jahaji Behen brought with them on the ships from the subcontinent. Many Caribbean and Indian Ocean thinkers have taken the call from Glissant and attended to landscape to narrate our histories, conceptualize our identities, our worldviews. Glissant himself with the rhizome to emphasize lateral connections over roots in Caribbean identity. The Creolists and Maryse Condé, in different ways, look toward the mangrove instead. Barbadian intellectual Kamau Brathwaite conceptualized an African-based Caribbean concept of time and history according to the rhythm of tides. Mauritian thinker and poet Kal Tourabali, inspired by both Césaire and Glissant, has coined the term coolitude and chosen the porosity of the coral and its location in the sea to theorize the experience of indentured people and the identity of its diaspora. As it is for them, for me too, landscape is not just a source of symbol and metaphor. I grew up on the island of Mauritius. It threads through my earliest memories, my sense of self. It is, and by it I mean landscape, it is an integral part of the way I exist in the world, the way I appreciate art, the way I read and write, both as a literary critic and a creative writer. At least that's the intention. And it's a constant struggle. In my talk today, I would like to center the significance of landscape in the islands of the Caribbean and the Indian Ocean. I would like to show how the way we live and live in our landscape shapes our worldview as islanders, our language, our humor, our literature and our reading of it, our art and our appreciation of it. I want to center this archipelagic specific way we conceptualize our landscape by tracing its genealogy from oral riddles to contemporary art, notably the art of Guadeloupean and Dominican artist Ronald Cyril and Mauritian artist Sandrine Bolaram. And I will be speaking about all of this from the lived experience of an islander, of indentured ancestors from Mauritius, and the training of a literary scholar and creative writer. So I'm disclaiming my status, you know, as not an art historian here. And some context on my work and how to it relates to all of this. Like Claire mentioned, I'm a writer and I'm a literary critic, a literary scholar. I'm currently working on a literary piece, and it centers the materiality of tea, the way something like tea can archive our everyday, our histories. In Mauritius, tea, like sugarcane, is at the foundation of a violent colonial history. My own grandmother worked on a tea plantation from the age of 9 to the age of 70. And yet, tea and sugar are all part of the small pleasures of our life on these islands. Tea is an integral part of our morning and afternoon routine. Even now, when I drink and smell this particular Mauritian tea, it is as if I'm transported to certain parts of Mauritius where I grew up, to certain parts of my life. So the piece I'm writing tells the saga of a family, especially of the women in the family, but through the point of view of plants like tea, of food and recipes. And then my academic work is also founded on this core belief that the materials that accompany us as islanders of the Caribbean or the Indian Ocean, the materials that feed us, sustain us in our quotidian lives, so plants, foods, spices, recipes, domestic objects, these all record our histories. They are the scaffold around which and through which we weave a body of knowledge and epistemology, which is why I look at island riddles, what is called Tim Tim in Guadeloupe and Sirandan in my own Mauritius and many other names across the Indian Ocean and the Caribbean, as an archive of this body of knowledge. A little bit of context on the practice of island riddles. It is said that the practice of ancestral island riddles originated in the interactions between Breton colonists in West Africa and local communities, local African communities. Before migrating to the islands alongside enslaved Africans, subsequently evolving in accordance with the specific history of each island across the archipelagos. Until the 1980s and 1990s, these riddles were performed in social settings, such as funeral wakes, where a designated storyteller would tell stories to keep the wake audience entertained and keep them awake. These stories were preceded by riddles. In Mauritius, for instance, the designated storyteller would call out Sirandan, to which the audience would reply Sampek, and the riddling would begin. In Haiti, the call and response took the form of Yekrik, Yekrak, or Krik-Krak. And in Martinique and Guadeloupe, it was Tim Tim, Boisek. It would, however, be a mistake to assume that island riddles are historical relics. As Creole scholar Raphaël Confiant tells us, the riddles have passed from the highly structured male space of wakes in the 80s and 90s to become part of the domestic sphere, feminine and pedagogical, where riddles are often passed down from the women in the family to children. And for my own part, I learned them from my favorite aunt, who also told me stories. So this, you know, what Confiant says, my experience confirms this. As an art form, a storytelling device, a community practice, riddles emerged and continue to thrive in various forms on at least 13 islands, as you can see, that I know of the Indian Ocean and the Caribbean. While each island now possesses its own specific sets of riddles, a few remain common to all the islands across the archipelagos, as with the one you can see here, Dilo Dibut, Cannes. So water standing up, sugarcane. Here are other examples of riddles in Creole. Gel dans gel, quatre la patte, quatre pattes là-haut, quatre pattes en bas, lycien pémence dans marmite, and the solution. So there are two parts, two components to the riddle. The first part, gel dans gel, quatre la patte, quatre pattes là-haut, quatre pattes en bas. So mouth in mouth, 4 feet up, 4 feet down. And the solution, lycien pémence dans marmite, a dog eating food in the pot. Another one, défaut campagne au milieu de la plaine, trou néné. Or Dilo à pendant, coco. So island riddles always make use of the immediate landscape of islanders. They mobilize domestic objects and spaces, such as scissors, needles, kitchens, animals such as dogs, cats, cows, and plants such as coconut, sugarcane, pumpkin. They evolve with new technologies and contemporaneous zeitgeists. A riddle involving horse-drawn carriages has now disappeared from usage, while ones involving television and radio now exist. Riddles displace categories. Inanimate pots blend into live dogs. Nostrils expand into vast terrains where bodies are not separate from the space they occupy, but are rather microcosms of the world. Coconuts are not simply fruits. They defy the laws of physics so that water can hang in thin air. I would like to come back to Dilo Dibut Cannes. Dilo Dibut Cannes, right? Water standing up. This conjures a stark visual. It proposes an alternative world where water can stand on its own, defying the natural laws of our world. It injects enchantment into the mundane, as all riddles do. But for us inheritors and inhabitants of former plantation islands of the Indian Ocean and Caribbean, this particular riddle does more than that. Sugarcane is the most ubiquitous plant of our natural scenery. Green cane fields run for kilometers in our peripheral vision as we walk or drive in many places of our respective islands. They provide coverage for the guilty pleasure of lovers and for brutal crimes alike. When we fly out or in to our respective island, the aerial view of ordered rows of sugarcane instills a sense of familiarity in us as much as the blue-green of our lagoons do. Most of us are only 1 or 2 generations removed from plantation work. Yes, we too are enchanted by the coming together of 2 irreconcilable categories, water and things that stand up. Paradoxically, however, the imagery also feels intuitively commonplace, akin to a mosaic where pieces have shed their original meaning to now make something different altogether and still recognizable. For us, that the plant stands up makes sense. It is often as tall or taller than the current laborers working in the cane fields. And it similarly stood up to our grandparents, our ancestors, bending down in back-breaking labor to harvest the plant. Visually, standing up does not match the vantage point of the plantation owner surveying the vastness of his green fields of cane from the master's house. It matches that of the enslaved and indentured, the laborer in the field. As for water, the cane sap distilled into sugar, water here, or sugar, is the colonial denrée that changed the world forever, from Saint-Domingue to Fiji, from Réunion to Brazil. As they did for similar plants like nutmeg, cotton, coffee, to name only a few, colonial empires fueled a rapacious greed for sugar in Europe and vied for monopoly over its supply. These empires raised indigenous lands, brutally killing their people. Early research fields, such as botany, progressed at an unprecedented pace as they stole, studied, and moved plants globally for mass production. They forcibly uprooted Africans for centuries to feed this brutal economy. In the name of emancipation, they fueled other coercive migrant labor systems like indenture and blackbirding at a global scale. Creating indecent, excessive wealth that funded their industrial revolution and created scarcity in the colonies, a historical inequity that is directly tied to the current one between the global south and north, empires tipped the balance of ecosystems in which human, plant, and land had previously depended on one another, more or less sustainably. And to be able to do this, empires did not only change the face of the tangible world, they restructured categories. To displace and enslave millions of people, they first displaced them from under the category of human to that of chattel. They invented Asian indenture as a solution, as they claim, to the emancipation of the enslaved and as an alternative to slavery, but they tied around 1 million Asians to the plantations, often for life, through bonded servitude. They changed the function of land and plants, previously a right to life, habitat, and sustenance for all, to that of luxury accessible to the few. As it happens, both home and sustenance were often denied or minimally allotted to the enslaved and indentured. What is then irreconcilable is not water or cane sap being shaped vertically against its fluid essence. What is irreconcilable is the colonial machinery that transforms the living world, changing the meaning of land, plant, and human for the sake of profit. In equating sugarcane sap to water, the island riddle then wrests the plant away from under its categorization as colonial luxury good and reattributes to it its original meaning as sustenance, water, right, as primordial life-giving substance. And by extension, it restores the other two, land as home, humanity back to the human. We are reminded that water is an integral part of an ecological cycle that sustains land, plant, and human, and biologically constitutes a large part of our human body, of flora and fauna in our planet. So to come back to talk a little bit about the structure of island riddles. As you can see, the riddles have two parts, right? The first part, which sort of poses the riddle, and then the second part that provides a solution. But as Raphaël Confiant tells us, there's no question in island riddles. They are just two statements put side by side. And that's an important distinction, I think. The two parts of the riddle are not question and answer. They are two statements, one questioning the other in perpetual loop. We are made to continuously cycle between multiple ontologies. On the one hand, island-based and embodied, with Dile Dibut, water standing up. On the other, with sugarcane, colonial and nondescript. Cycling between the colonial and island-based ontologies of objects, as well as toggling between multiple languages and registers, we islanders are able to acknowledge the structures of coloniality, but also live our ever-evolving island-based worldview, not in binary contradiction, but in a testament to the complex, stratified, uneven creolization of our heritage. Now, as I mentioned, riddles have left the social structure of the wake and is now part of the domestic sphere, where they are passed down from women mostly to children. But riddles are part of our everyday life in a much more fundamental and porous way. Our expressions, as I want to show you now, and I have examples from my own family and community. Our expressions, the way we talk to each other, the way we joke with each other, all espouse the spirit of island riddles, with metaphors, with a blending of the human and the non-human, and with displacing or restructuring categories. So the first is from my sister, that says, Ena dimun como crapaud le diromon, which means some people are like toads sitting on their pumpkin, to say they cannot see past their own nose. And again, we have a conflation here of human, non-human, which emphasizes one of the elements of the Sirondan. Another is from a close friend, and that one very much shows how we toggle between different languages, not in a cosmopolitan way, but in a very creolized way, where languages exist in their unevenness all at once, in the way we interact with each other. So my friend likes to say lien vrai visage. And to understand this expression, one has to know English, French, and Creole. So vrai visage from Creole translates as true face in English. But if you say true face in a French accent, it translates as trop face, which means, as you can see, asshole in English, right? And so to be able to say that to someone, and for someone to be able to understand that immediately, it shows how much we have to toggle between these languages, right? And then the last one is from a friend, and these are common expressions, who says, "Comment dire baboudi maras pe mans karitang dans fei banan," which I translated as, it's like a high-caste Hindu eating curried hedgehog, which is a dish that's associated with the African diaspora, on a banana leaf, which is something that's used as a dish in Hindu ceremonies. So there's a sort of dissonance here, right? And it's to talk about something that's shocking or unusual. And this is how we understand this when we say it to each other. But when you look at this expression, it also shows the solidarity and the conflict and the unevenness between indentured communities and enslaved communities and their descendants. And again, this is part, I think this is all part of the sort of unique ways in which we live languages, in which we live, what in some places we would term multiculturalism, right? Okay. So again, I will say that the spirit of our island riddles, as I hope I have shown here, lives on in the way we communicate, in the way we move in and inhabit the world, and in the ways we create words and art. And here I come back to the artists I wanted to talk about. Ronald Cyril, a Guadeloupean Dominican artist, and Sandrine Bolaram, Mauritian artist, each have a very distinctive style, and I believe that their art carry that spirit of the island riddles broadly conceived, which is to say, the ways in which our lives are entangled with those of the non-human world. Everyday objects are seamlessly blended with landscape elements, and these visual codes are put together in a specific way that recalls all the elements of island riddles. They turn given concepts on their head. They rewrite given codes. There is a subversive joy in their art, and there's a sense of the communal and the collective in their art that's very distinctive. So these artists trace and retrace ancestral traditions in the context of today and futures to be remade. I would argue that rather than doing a retour to riddles or to traditions, they enact a détour, to quote Glissant, they enact a détour to riddles, whether directly or indirectly. So for Sandrine Bolaram, the Mauritian artist, who had this exhibit in 2024 called Zimas Molangas, the images of my languages, and in Creole, it can, from Creole it can translate to the images of my languages or the image of my language, which sort of lends itself to different interpretations. So in this exhibit, she says that she was inspired by her own father's use of island riddles and her father's Creole expressions. And those island riddles are not, in that exhibit at least, it was not only part of the artwork, but it was also part of the structure of the exhibit and the interaction of the audience with her art. So the way the exhibit was structured was that her paintings were titled after common Creole expressions. But the audience would only see half of the title of each painting, and they would have to guess the other half of the title, as with riddles, right? Otherwise, for those who can't guess, the solution would be hidden somewhere under boxes or in crates in the exhibit room. And of course, here this shows a sort of chiffrage, an opacity that is typical of riddles, but also which targets different audiences differently, right? So a Mauritian or Creolophone audience would not need to look for the solution in the boxes and the crates, whereas a non-Creolophone audience would need to, and so on. As for Ronald Cyril, whom I discovered while doing some research for this talk, I noticed that he often posts his art with hashtags such as bestiaire, abécédaire, alphabet de forme, as if he's reinvesting existing landscape with new codes, building new inventories. And of course, with the hashtags storytelling and storyteller. So both artists, as storytellers, encourage us to rewrite a grammar of displaced categories featuring the human, the natural world, the domestic, the urban. As our contemporary storytellers, they ask us to rethink colonial, universal categories. For my part, it incites me to rethink the ways in which I am encouraged to read literature and appreciate art in ways authorized by the academy, and how I can instead center my own islander sensibilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I feel very invested in Mauritian Creole now. Our next speaker is Joshua Cohen, coming from Stanford University, and his presentation is titled Exhibitions and Schools of Modern Art from Fort-de-France to Abidjan, 1940s to 1980s.
Thank you. So I'd like to thank Cécile, Audrey, and Claire for organizing this terrific symposium and for inviting me. I know Cécile through our mutual belonging in the field of African art history. And I think maybe we share, as well as some of you as well, share the feeling that the histories we're interested in can't always be defined or confined to sort of set geographies delimited within scholarly departments and specializations. So this, what I'm showing you today, is a segment of a chapter of a book about modernism in Africa. So I will admit to being an art historian, although I do have questions about that sometimes. But my disclaimer is that I'm not. This is my first foray into Caribbean history. I've stumbled into it in a way because of trying to write the history of modernism in Ivory Coast, where several of the key figures happen to be from Martinique. And this is kind of, in a certain way, one of the premises of my book is how do we write the history of African modernisms with a kind of broader geography and, in a sense, temporal schema in mind as well. Around 1970 in Abidjan, Serge Elenon formed the École Négro-Caraïbe, or Black Caribbean School, with fellow West Africa-based Martinican artists Louis Lauchet and Mathieu Jean Jansin. Black Caribbean School designated neither a formal artistic movement nor an ethos of fine arts education, but a loose and intermittent affiliation of practitioners with shared trajectories. The work of these artists, particularly Elenon and Lauchet, who committed fully to the group, came together in exhibitions in Abidjan, 1970 and 74, Villefranche-sur-Mer in 1973, Fort-de-France, 75-76, Cincinnati in 77, Paris, 82, and Detroit, 1983. To trace the preoccupations of the Black Caribbean School back to Fort-de-France in the 1940s, as I will do here, is to note how multiple Martinican modernists sought to remake the school as a key site of creative collaboration. The Black Caribbean School, I will argue, fulfilled a dream that originated in Martinique during World War II, of a space where a broad cultural and experimental scope of expression could flourish in a fine arts framework. In April 1941, when a group of surrealists and their fellow travelers fleeing Europe docked in Martinique, just a short time after the first issue of Tropique appeared, Claude Lévi-Strauss described Fort-de-France as a dead town. Its central marketplace was overrun with weeds, he wrote, and haunted by an apparently forgotten statue green with neglect of Empress Josephine. Aimé Césaire used similar terms in Tropique. Quote, no town, no art, no poetry, not a seed, not a shoot, only the hideous leprosy of imitations. In truth, a sterile, silent land, end quote. Apart from the statue of Josephine, publicly visible art in Martinique at the time was mostly limited to portraits of Admiral Robert and Marshal Pétain. In sync with Tropique's counteroffensives against Vichy authoritarianism and colonial assimilationism, and informed by time spent in Martinique in 1941, Wilfredo Lam's The Jungle presents 5 figures whose hybrid features derived in part from Lam's study of canonical African, notably Baoulé Ivorian sculpture in Paris collections. These figures' imbrication with foliage and sugarcane, their exposed bodies and suggestive poses, at once condemn imperial exploitation and call forth a vital Caribbean indigeneity. Though painted in Havana, did The Jungle not also reflect Lam's experience at the Lazaret camp just outside Fort-de-France, hikes in the Absalom forest with the Césaires, and Suzanne Césaire's invocation in Tropique of a post-colonial plant human? Another art historical current associated with Tropique, one lesser known, more realist than surrealist, and politically messier, began where The Jungle left off. In 1943, Governor Georges Louis Ponton arrived in Martinique to replace Admiral Robert. As art historian Christelle Lozère has documented, Ponton had served previously in Africa, developed an interest in arts and culture there, and in 1934 even coordinated a major art fair and exhibition in Abidjan that included displays of art and artisanal work. Seeing arts patronage as essential for recovering from Vichy rule, Ponton supported the creation of 2 new journals and an art school, the École des Arts Appliqués, or EAA, which opened in November of 1943. Because many of the EAA's faculty were associated with Tropique, Lozère argues that some education officials viewed the art school as what she calls a hotbed of contestations of local colonial power. Advocates of the EAA championed it as a bulwark against Eurocentric hierarchies, a place where young artists could confront and express their own cultural circumstances. Yet the school turned out to be less radical than was hoped in initial proposals, as we shall see. In the Ponton-sponsored journal Martinique, in 1943 and 44, the Tunisian-born French artist René Ibran, professor at EAA, published 2 essays that identified assimilationism as a scourge, praised Harlem Renaissance modernists as exemplary, and called for cultivating what he called local art with an ethnic sensibility. In Ibran's view, art training would prompt the Martinican art student to, quote, better perceive the beauty of people and things of this country, to take better stock of Antillean reality, to grow more acutely aware of an autochthonous ethnic aesthetic, in short, to place himself in the right climate where his artistic temperament will have the best chance of asserting itself and flourishing for the largest good and perhaps an unexpected enrichment of French art. What's needed here, then, is an artistic regionalism, end quote. While broadly illustrating Ibran's anti-assimilationist position, this statement merits attention for the way it theorizes artistic regionalism as a form of realism, equating an autochthonous ethnic aesthetic with what he calls Antillean reality, such that artistic self-realization is suggested to involve inhabiting, quote-unquote, the right climate. Like weather or scenery, creative expression is imagined as inextricable from local habitat. The Martinican writer Joseph Zobel, who did stints teaching French and filling supervisory roles at EAA, offered a more nuanced take on regionalist realism in his remarkable essay Considérations sur l'art local from 1946. Zobel frames local art as desirable but far from self-evident given its conspicuous absence in Martinique, an absence he attributes to histories of slavery and Christianization, exploitation of workers, and the ongoing power of, quote, those who preside over sugarcane cultivation in this country and in general never look kindly on blacks engaging in other activities, end quote. Zobel is averse to notions of atavistic recovery of lost artistic sensibilities. But he sees a way forward if artists can seriously grapple with elite contemptuousness and what he calls deep-seated complexes around sugar, money, arrivism, and skin tone. Zobel believes this revolutionary sincerity, as he calls it, will propel artistic innovation, stressing that, in his words, it is precisely the attitude we strive to instill in students at the EAA. Sorry, I missed the slide. I meant to show you Zobel on that for that, but you still get to see Zobel. Zobel's militancy fit with a post-war moment animated by leftist politics, when a group of young painters known as the Atelier 45 burst on the scene in March of 1945 with an exhibition of landscape paintings at the Maison des Fleurs. The Atelier 45 painters had attended the EAA, yet gravitated more toward Tropique with its emphasis on startling natural beauty, and especially toward Zobel, who in the 1940s published regular pieces in Le Sportif, plus 2 novels and a short story collection. Literary scholar Louise Hardwick argues that Zobel, who never identified as a communist, forged his own brand of realism, or what she calls, quote, a new kind of French Caribbean social realism, which expands and develops the framework of negritude by placing those dispossessed groups which had previously been excluded or sidelined from the negritude discourse firmly at the center of his literary project, end quote. Zobel's social realism, for Hardwick, was at the same time a homegrown negritude that expressed black pride not in the decontextualized surrealist poetics favored by negritude writers, but in the everyday lived experiences of poor Martinicans, or as described by Zobel, everyday people in the street from Fort-de-France, or people who worked in the cane fields. Artist and scholar René Louise has noted that Zobel's focus on labor informed the aesthetic project of Atelier 45. This is especially visible in an untitled market scene by Raymond Honorien from the 1950s. With relatively realistic warm colors and naturalism all around, Honorien presents 11 women clustered in 2s and 3s, conversing and conducting business in an outdoor market. Their upright postures convey confidence and conviviality. Some sell vegetables, and some are shopping or passing by. All participate actively in economic and social life. These strong female characters recall Fideline, one of Zobel's protagonists in his novel Jabla, who appears first in the novel, this is a novel from 1945, who appears first in the novel standing in the market in her hometown on the south coast. Quote, and it was there among the charming display of lively and fresh colors that she stood upright, gleaming brighter than a jewel in her draped Indian dress, her headscarf firmly knotted so it wouldn't slip and fall in her way. It was there that Fideline was truly beautiful, end quote. Fideline and Honorien's market women stand in contrast to the sensual, exotic maidens in some negritude poetry. They also suggest another relation to the land from the one conjured by Lamb in the jungle, where the myth of a timeless tropical paradise merges with the historical hell of plantation farming and, citing Picasso's Demoiselle, the modern hell of prostitution. Jabla differently portrays a southern community gaining self-reliance through growing and selling produce. Honorien's women trading in garlic, red onions, and acorn squash echoes Zobel in testifying to the benefits of collective effort and an intentional, even utilitarian relationship to the land. Hardwick's observation about Jabla, that, quote, the novel's emphasis on community and autonomy resonate with the communism of the era, end quote, seems to apply just as well to Honorien's painting. Still, the art and discourse associated with regionalist realism contained a certain slipperiness, a rhetorical ambiguity whereby the same terms could mean very different things to different people. The institutional pillar of the project, the EAA, turned out to be its weakest link. Whereas Zobel's regionalist realism framed the school instilling a revolutionary sincerity, conceived as a critique of power combined with liberated instincts, creative energies, Ibran earlier had seized on regionalist realism, the same term, to vaguely picture Antillean reality permeating the EAA, presumably as a function of a more locally oriented curriculum. Ibran thus implied that the school's most important asset was its climate, a word linking intellectual atmosphere to natural surroundings. And while Zobel's vision entailed activating ordinary people and the land as part of a program of thinking, feeling, and working, Ibran referred more passively to experiences and processes such as inhabiting the environment, appreciating beauty, and absorbing its lessons. Ibran concluded one of his essays by hoping that he and his fellow colleagues at the EAA would prove indispensable in this country of old French civilization so that the imperial France of tomorrow can again increase the incomparable prestige of its fine arts. That's a quote. When Elenon, Laouché, and Jansin enrolled at EAA in 1949, the school operated as an applied arts institution that also provided a studio art foundation, qualifying graduates to go on to pursue advanced artistic training. This all changed in 1951 when EAA joined the French national education system, renamed as the Collège Technique des Arts Appliqués, its status downgraded to that of a technical junior high school. Only by quietly requesting the help of Martinique's General Council president were Elenon, Laouché, and Jansin able to secure honor loans to attend the École Nationale d'Art Décoratif in Nice, France, starting in 1953-54. What shaped the artists during their years in Nice was not only their formal training, but also their extracurricular life in the Association des étudiants noirs de la Côte d'Azur, where they grew close with West African students, especially the Ivorian intellectual and future political opposition leader Aris Memel Foté, and played in a dance band performing popular Caribbean and African music. Among the few surviving works from Nice are gouaches that Elenon made for his concentration in advertising at the ENAD, including Dansons avec la Sonora Matancera, an alternative design for an album cover by the Afro-Cuban band La Sonora Matancera, whose songs the Black Students Association band covered. Structured in bold colors, outlines, and contrasting patterns, this work limns preliminary transatlantic and cross-modal bridges. Its composition and choice of subject matter point to a growing global Caribbean influence through music, forge connections between fine visual and performing arts, and begin to excavate African elements in Caribbean culture, or what Elenon called soubassement de culture africaine, which Eurocentric education had threatened to stamp out. This work also launched an exploration of significant questions around so-called folklore and gesture, figuration and abstraction that would preoccupy Elenon for years to come. The term folklore, as Elenon considered it, applies to performances designed to give foreigners a taste of the exotic. What Elenon would come to label negatively as folklore, including in his own early work, had to do with a particular manner of representing its subjects, gaily, festively, as if encompassing the quasi-totality of alleged carefree black life, a visualization of thoughtless pleasure and instant gratification. By contrast, the gesture, or geste, functioned for Elenon as both an abstract concept and a concrete physical trace, an articulation of a connection, however tenuous, across African/diaspora communities. As Elenon recalled of his participation in the Black Students Association in Nice, there were Africans from Côte d'Ivoire, from Dahomey, from Togo, and from Mali. In their bodily movements, gestes, and their deportment, nothing was foreign to me, but their difference remained perceptible, and I understood that I wasn't really living African culture, and that for them I remained a foreigner. By the early 1960s, Elenon was living with his family and working as a coopérant, teaching drawing in Bamako, Mali. In 1964, he took up earlier designs featuring a folkloric drummer and transformed them into a far more challenging painting simply entitled Drum. Not only does the painting add opacity to the silhouetted figures in earlier works, but its geste complicates folkloric figuration by enmeshing the drummer in intricately textured surroundings comprised of bars and blocks of color, grid-shaped designs, and murky areas of overpainting. The new approach removed any hint of exoticism at the levels of both content and form. What Elenon would call a new figuration born of gesture permitted him to record his own creative actions and those of now abstracted subjects without trafficking in easily legible and reassuring imagery. During Elenon's period in Bamako, Laouché, meanwhile, was living first in Côte d'Ivoire as an art teacher sponsored by the French Overseas Ministry from 59 to 67, and then in Upper Volta, now Burkina Faso, from 67 to 70, heading up a new Centre National d'Artisanat d'Art, commissioning craft work for export and tourism. Over the course of the decade, Laouché also held solo exhibitions in Abidjan and Bouaké, and participated in group exhibitions at the First World Festival of Black Arts in Dakar in 1966, and the Centre Culturel Franco-Voltaïque in Ouagadougou in 1968. I'm showing some images from that exhibition here. Critical commentary during this period noted Laouché's engagement with African sculpture and other material culture, as seen in his reference to an iconic bois plank mask genre in his poster for the Premier Festival du Cinéma Africain de Ouagadougou, and in other instances applying greater creative license, such as bark cloth paintings featuring pyro-engraved compositions on local tree bark. When the first exhibition of the Black Caribbean School took place at the Centre Culturel Français in Abidjan in April 1970, Elenon, Laouché, and Jansin would all be living in Abidjan by that fall. Whereas earlier Martinican artists had sought to forge unique styles either by communing with their homeland or by making pilgrimages to Paris, the Black Caribbean School oriented itself toward Africa and aspired to make African formal aesthetics just as much the basis of its practice as European painting traditions. Elenon had insisted on calling the artistic partnership a school rather than a group because, as he later put it, quote, "A school is a place where people come together to work on self-construction based on what becomes knowledge. But it is not knowledge that is important, it is understanding. the fact of coming together was also a way to act against what others wanted us to be, end quote. So the Black Caribbean school artists, like the Tropique generation in Fort-de-France before them, sought to renovate the space of the school as a countervailing force against prejudiced perspectives. In line with negritude more broadly, Black Caribbean school artists chose to assertively self-identify as Black. Yet by emphasizing the painstaking research needed to understand African arts and cultural substructures, in Eleanor's term, the Black Caribbean School Manifesto stressed that African roots would not be recovered in a seamless return to pre-colonial wholeness. Rather, those roots, if they could be located, would need to be deliberately rediscovered within a modern context. The Black Caribbean School would thus distance itself from any temptation to conjure an unbroken trans-historical continuity and perhaps dichotomy between Africa and the diaspora, even while reinvesting in transatlantic connections. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Can I ask our three speakers to come to the front seats, and that's where we can begin to have a conversation. We should probably use the traveling microphone. And if you are joining us from the clouds, I think there is a way in which you can share questions with us, and we'll try to relay them. As we gather our thoughts, I can go ahead and ask a first set of questions, but I will also ask that perhaps you guys think of maybe asking each other a question if that comes up. You will certainly have the floor there, and these are questions that I wrote down so that we can have a start to the conversation. But feel free to dismiss them if they are not of particular interest. What came up for me with in your presentation, Tao, is the question of the rumeur, of course, and the etymology of it, because as I'm sure you know, it has a very deep kind of etymological genealogy that goes all the way to Indo-European, with that root of murmur that is in every language, everywhere, from Europe to Asia. And if I remember correctly, and probably we should check on that, it's also related, at least in the Asian side of it, with Sanskrit to death, and that still comes up, I think, in Hindi. Anyways, so I was kind of thinking about how that kind of relates and adds a layer to the different temporalities that you're interested in, right? That it is something that is mobilizing deep time that is linguistic, as well as the ones that is geological that you were thinking about. So I thought that was an interesting thing to think about. Which I really love the Riddles, because I think a lot of us grew up with them, and we can certainly relate to it. And of course, I mean, and this is I think probably the basis of your project, but how do you conceptualize the kind of epistemological consequences of having those riddles that are everywhere and related to a type of knowledge making and knowledge transmission that kind of completely not completely escapes, but that works transversally to kind of European systems, political systems, and whatnot. And I suppose I have a similar question for Joshua that has to do with how do you handle characterizing socio-political relationship between the Martinican artists and their interlocutor and the nature of their activities in the African continent with regards to kind of that very complicated national citizenship definition of, you know, the colonial, late colonial, and post-colonial, or not post-colonial situation. So here we go.
Would you like us to answer the questions in order?
If you would like.
Which would work to my advantage.
All three of you are mic'd, so you'll be
Oh, you have
Oh,
a
we
mic.
do,
Sorry.
we do,
Okay,
we
so
do
I
have a
can
mic.
hand
That's
out
true.
the handles
just for the audience.
for the others that, yeah.
I can actually go first. I think it's a big question, you know, and I think that's, so I'm currently writing a chapter on the Sirandan, and I'm trying to come up with, I think I'll have a long answer to this question. So I think the chapter comes from my own impatience and frustrations with always trying to, and this is what I've done for a long time, as long as I've been a student and a scholar, to try to sort of fit my worldview into how, you know, I'm supposed to write, I'm supposed to present, the jargon I'm supposed to use, and so on. So I think the result of that frustration is that I'm trying to find a very personal, but also island-based, but also archipelagic sort of based framework of doing everything, right? Of doing scholarship, doing creative writing, and so on and so forth. So all that to say is, you know, I'm trying to use the island riddles to sort of come up with a framework from which to read books, from which to read literature, from which to appreciate art, from which to do everything. And I think as someone who's from Mauritius, who's been, you know, which was colonized, right, by the Dutch, the Portuguese, then the French, then the British, with this heavy colonial inheritance, which continues despite the fact that Mauritius is independent, right? Like our schooling is very British and it's very French. And growing up in Mauritius, going to high school in Mauritius, I specialized in literature quite early, and most of the texts we read were French, British, and American. We had one African text and one Mauritian text, right? That shows you the lack of diversity, even in a place like Mauritius. And so I think we are this sort of that coloniality is embedded in us from very early on. And since then, and then I went to Canada, and then I came to the US for my, to go to college and for my PhD, and I'm now an assistant professor here. And there's so many pressures, implicit and explicit, to keep sort of doing things that way, even if the syllabus has been decolonized, or has it been? But even so, I think even the way we cite things, what are we supposed to cite? How can we cite, things that are written or done collectively that don't have copyright, for instance? So all of that makes me think like we are in such a system that encourages us to do things in a certain way that is proposed as universal, but is colonial. And it's particular, it's not universal, right? And so for me, I think going back to Sirandan, but also showing that Sirandan has always been part of us, and it evolves in us with our language, with our humor, and use that to sort of force a space into academia to do things in a different way. I think that answers part of your question. I think the second part, I would like to sort of go back to the the form of the Sirandan, right? There are two parts to the Sirandan. There's the question and the answer. And I think in the example I showed with water standing up, sugarcane, water standing up, I hope I showed how it sort of, it shifts our perspective of the world and brings us to an island-based, diaspora-based of sort of seeing the world. And then you have the answer sugarcane, which is the colonial name, because if you think about the Latin name, the scientific name, right? It's the colonial name, but we don't think about the fact that it's a colonial name. We just take it for granted that this plant is called sugarcane. And so I think the form of the Sirandan forces us to go back and forth between the two and to question that mode of knowledge of colonial, colonial knowledge, right? And maybe I think that sort of answers your question about transversal systems of knowledge and how, as people who have inherited colonial knowledge, coloniality, but who also, live decolonial, post-colonial, or whatever sort of, world, how do we sort of, live the two, but in a seamless way, but also in a complicated way? I don't think I have the answer to that. I think I'm still working on it. But I think the Sirandan sort of offers maybe an avenue to looking toward, doing that.
Yeah, I feel I love the linkages between our three presentations, especially thinking about code switching and maybe like a slipperiness. So I guess to answer the question about the etymology, I really do think about etymology as a map. So it's fascinating to learn about the Sanskrit, because I feel like that actually maybe answers the question by Eddie Bruce Jones of what India has left us. If that return is actually to this kind of prototype that is of Asia, which I hadn't considered. So thank you for introducing that, because I think about the interdisciplinarity of the work that I'm lucky to be able to do, and I keep thinking, oh, I need a linguist in the room, because there actually is like a deep connection in terms of these Creoles. That's been coming up a lot in the book tour, and I've been pointing people to a project that we have as part of Dark Lab, which is a decolonial glossary. So it's ongoing, and we're encouraging folks to contribute. So if you are interested, please do, and to look to indigenous languages, to Creoles, to Patois, to think about what doesn't translate from colonial languages. So I often just want to kind of think about the lack of the capacity of Spanish, English, French to do this work. And we actually have members of the lab from Ireland who are also Nigerian, and there is something about the grammar of these anti-colonial languages, or languages that are not colonial, that offers something different when it comes to the question of possession and dispossession. So to know that it leads to murmur is very exciting because I hadn't thought about the heartbeat. But as a DJ, certainly the beats per minute, you're always thinking about beat matching and the kind of pulse of the room. And I guess like the universality of who the dance floor can bring together. So I often think of those polyrhythms in terms of Indian music and ragas, and how it doesn't translate to European classical music in senses of scale, but it does translate to, let's say, dance hall and the music from a place like South London, where I'm from, where all of that comes together. So I guess in the paper, I really wanted to think through this keyword that you've given us, which is so rich, sovereignty, and maybe about a kind of sovereignty of sound. And as much as I am writing about art, I talked about the book covers that a lot of academics will use of an artist, of this kind of illustration, but the question of argument being different. Visual art calls me, but so does sonic art. And I think that there is a way that we can be thinking through sovereignty in pushing against the ocular-centric, because there's such a kind of primacy of the visual and a kind of violence often in that primacy. So more and more the work that I'm doing through geology is thinking through sound and these vibrations, and really thinking of these vibrations as healing. So there's actually a frequency of the earth that is like I forget what the hertz are, but it's interesting. I've been noting how different artists have been tuning sculptures into that frequency and playing with this idea of sonic healing. So it really does come back to what you said about death and these kinds of rituals that we have that are actually about celebrating life, especially in Black and Indigenous and Asian funerals.
All right, I'll give it a shot. I should have mentioned at first, this is very much a work in progress, so I welcome your thoughts and including critical feedback to save me from saying silly things potentially in print, which would then not be able to be changed. But no, I think that there's a great kind of indirect conversation going with these papers. It seems to me that what the Black Caribbean School artists, and particularly Serge and Louis Laucher, are trying to do is precisely establish some type of framework outside of, without completely negating the history of Western painting or the institution of the school itself, but to figure out some kind of alternate route or structure to enable a different type of artistic practice, and also potentially different orientation in terms of community, or what community is. And I mean, I think there was a certain, I get this from talking to Serge, a sense of disillusionment with the beginning, really with this change of the structure of the school from a proper, semi-proper art school to one that was only a technical college, and a sense still that there's not he always says there's not an proper art museum in Martinique. And so his move first to France, but then to Africa, was really, I think, a way to imagine African visual culture as a foundational, or a counterpart at least, to your Western art, as foundational for modernism, for the kind of modernism that they were trying to make. As for the social political, that's a very complicated question, which I have wanted to try and deal with, but without going too much of a rabbit hole. There are, even when we talk about kind of transatlantic linkages, we have to also deal with the structural class and political hierarchy that was built in to the empire. But in fact, that's exactly what the Negritude movement was trying to address. Even before this, even with people like Lamine Senghor, so even before Leopold and Césaire, the folks who are, I would say, a little more kind of working class, politically radical, were talking about this word as something that would potentially bring people together and to recognize a common project, and to reject the sort of three-rung hierarchy that was precisely kind of contained within or delimited by these words in French. So that was, I think it's important to understand, that was the Negritude, and then how does it translate, if it does translate into visual art. That's part of what I'm trying to investigate. I will say two things. One is that Serge, for sure, was aware that he wasn't able to really properly bridge any kind of gap, either socio-political or cultural. And the contradictions are very much present. He's in both, first he's in Mali for 10 years, then Côte d'Ivoire for 14 years as a coopérant. So he's getting his salary from the French. The way I understand the decolonization in this region, it's sort of two-faced with la coopération on the one side, la France-Afrique on the other. So the culture has this weird kind of, maybe even surreptitious role or kind of camouflaging role. And then the other is that negritude, I think, has, through the Frantz Fanon essay of 1955 and other critiques that are well known, especially from Fanon, has this association of kind of an idealistic, romantic approach to Africa on the part of Caribbean intellectuals. And one of the questions I was curious to know is, who is Fanon thinking of in 1955? How enduring are those critiques in terms of how we think about negritude, and are there other ways of considering negritude, including through visual art? So.
Thank you, everyone. There's so much to sit with all of these talks. I have a very brief question, which I'll explain, and is kind of a provocation, really, which is what role might gossip play in all of the thinking that you're doing? What I mean by this is, I was struck by, Usha, your discussion of like the layers of toggling through languages that some of these sort of riddles require, and thinking about the translations that Tao, you told us of, the lamb painting, and it made me think, what might the title be in Creole for Rumeur de la Terre? I don't know if it's been exhibited or written about in a Creole publication or in a Creole museum, but I would guess it would either be Zen Te or Tripotai Te. Both are cool. I think that the reason I want to sit with them is because I think Rumblings is a very generative translation into English that captures the noisy sense in the French that is kind of lost in the English rumor. But tripotai is a really interesting Creole word that has split etymologies, both from French tripou, which is an old word that means like an amorous liaison, but also trepe, which is an old word which means like to jump or to leap. I'll defer to people that know more about this than me, but I think that the idea of gossip as something like a sort of a non-productive community, people often talk about idle talk dismissively, but it made me think again about the school idea that you were talking about, Joshua, and that painting of those women in the market. I was very taken by the idea of that as itself like a kind of school, and the way that when we think about artistic schools, we see the manifestos, we see the paintings. What we don't get is all of the shit talking that they'd be doing when they're together, when they go out for dinner, when they get drunk, when they're tired, when they're grumpy. That also all feeds in to the art as well. So I kind of want to ask you all, what's gossip got to do with it, if anything? And if anyone in the room knows that I'm completely off the mark, then please step in.
Well, yeah, I mentioned gossip in my paper because I do think it has power, even if you just think about the contemporary like whisper networks. But I've been wanting to write something about this because Leslie Marvin Silko talks about the power of gossip amongst women, and this kind of like chattering, Native women laughing, and how that was dismissed. So it also shows up in the research that I've been doing on the Chinese in Jamaica, and I'm of Hakka ancestry, and Hakka Chinese women also had this kind of method of gossip through songs where they would sing across hills to each other because they were agricultural workers. So again, there's this connection with the land that's very feminist that I've been sort of tracing. So I love the way that you kind of brought it all together. But I guess I would also just point us to the map from in the same boats, because yes, it's this two-dimensional rendering. It's kind of 3D if you look at the website, but it's meant to have us think about conferences and schools and coteries, like you showed us, Joshua, and to imagine, just like we're at this conference, those nodes where people cross, and what was the chatter in the hallway, what was said at dinner. So like precisely what you said. I think the makers of the map wanted us to think about, like, oh, was Sylvia Wynter here with this person, or did they not talk to each other? What does that silence mean? So there's a lot to say about like the written record and what's unwritten and what we imagine.
No, it's good. I welcome the question. I didn't mention gossip. I like the idea of the market scene as sort of visualizing a different kind of school. It seems to me school is, I mean, it's not an endlessly capacious term, but a school, you can think of kind of a school of thought, or any kind of collective or grouping. So I'm going to think with you about the women in this painting as forming a school of their own. I would also maybe say that within any school, there are also these kinds of disagreements or tensions that take place either behind the scenes, like you're saying, or leading to the dissolution of the group. And in fact, one thing I didn't mention and probably won't mention in print is that the initial 3 members of the group had a kind of falling out after the first exhibition. I haven't asked Jansin about it because I'm not as comfortable with him yet. I'm working up to that. But with Eleanor, he has a very clear story, which is that they did a press release directly afterward, and it was Abidjan at the time there were a lot of huge French population there, and I get the sense that the media were mostly French, or in any case asking questions with a kind of metropolitan mindset and really pushing them on this, calling themselves the École Négo-Caraïbe. And essentially Jansin kind of cracked and said, oh, you're right, we're being too kind of isolationist. And Eleanor was furious, and so Jansin was never a part of the group, and after that, so it's just Laouché, and but that's the kind of gossip that I'm actually a little uncomfortable putting because I need to get Jansin's side of the story, but I've only interviewed him once, so I don't even know if it's worth getting into.
Thank you for your thoughts, Ben. I think gossip is everything. I don't have an answer, but I think it's bringing up different connections for me. You mentioned 2 words, right? Tripotaille, and what's the other one? Zen. Okay. I'm also thinking of palabre, which is gossip in Creole, in some Creoles, as well as arbre à palabre, which in West Africa is a meeting place where people come together, talk, build community, and then it's making me think of the panchayat in Bhojpuri speaking places in India, which is where most indentured laborers come from. The panchayat is like the arbre à palabre, which is not only where community building happens, but it's also where the society is sort of legally regimented, right, from the decisions of the elders who come around the tree and speak. But it's not so serious as that either, right? Palabre, gossip, is about joy. It's about a subversive joy, just like I think riddles are. And it can be cruel, but there's also there's joy in that cruelty. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I think it's making me think of maybe again a framework, I think, from which we can think about things differently. But yeah, that's all I have.
Sure. Yes. So I guess I want to say first how grateful and excited I am.
We can't hear you.
I want to say first how grateful and excited I am at this symposium, the commitment that made it happen, the innovation and breakthrough thinking that is in evidence, and the opportunity to have interlocutors in that exchange. So to take up, I think, the question posed by the curator, in my very Port-au-Princean Kreyol-Haïtien, I will say, si vent levé, qui ça l'a capté? And that seems to be the central question, a central question that has many levels. We cannot capture everything, right? So the first question that I had, and in my excitement, I have far too many questions for you, so I'm just going to limit it to one or two. And so it seemed to me that we are all here very much preoccupied with the question of Creole, yes, in all instances and in many instantiations of Creole. And so we want, I think, to construct or delimit the Creole in the Americas as our foundation. It seemed to me that we are taking Creole as in relationship to a colonial fact, as a given, right? And a colonial fact that exists in a continuum. This was one understanding that I had, and that how do we reconcile both the multiplicity and the multifarious shape of this Creole, yes, across history, across, if we're talking about expression in visual culture, I'll take the case of Haiti, an enormously complex reality. And I take the case of Haiti, I think it's an important one to engage. I think it's difficult to engage. It's been obscured precisely by the question of sovereignty from 1804 and for really the entire period of decolonization, right? Whatever work Haitian artists were doing during the period of decolonization. So this question of visibility, what is tripotage? How do we get access to texts? What are our sources? And in the Haitian case, the unfortunate relative invisibility of Haitian scholarship, artists, right? And cultural makers. The incredible tensions within that arena of artistic production itself among producers among its avant-garde, the anti-surrealist dance, right, during the 1950s. I note that in the discussion about lamb, one of the things, Haiti was so central to lamb, but perhaps that gets buried, yes, because there is Haiti, 45, 46, which transformed lamb's work. So how do we sort of cross the demarcations, right? And this, I guess, begs the question of institutionalization, but how do we cross these demarcations and define and get at what is really happening, is what I would say. And I'm so grateful. It's the first time I've really, in the conference that we're having, had access to so much, and I've been searching for about 35 years to what is really happening. So thank you, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. I wonder, because we're running, against time. What is time? But it is there. Why don't we take the other couple interventions that I've seen, and then you guys will have the last word before we take a little break. Denise, I think you wanted to say something, and then Claire.
Thank you, and I hope that your answers to my question won't be a short one, but I suspect that it may be. As a curator of art of the French-speaking Caribbean, or a curator who's been involved with including artists of the French-speaking Caribbean in broader exhibitions, the Harlem Renaissance, the School of Paris, etc. The real challenge has often been simply finding the work. I'm very curious to know whether the artists that you're showing have gained in recent decades, or had in their own time, institutional support, so that there are publicly accessible or accessible to scholars collections of their work, of their archives, and so forth. And museums, archives, whatever. How did you go about finding the images that you've shown in your presentations?
Well, thank you, Denise. Thank you for your question. I cannot give my paper before I give it. You get a lot of answers, multiple answers to your question about Van Leeuwen and who the responders are. So you'll get some answers. And as concerned the use of Creole, I'm playing ingénue, which doesn't suit me at all, but I'm trying still. It didn't work for the French, but we'll see that my interpretation of it in my paper as well. Van Leeuwen, as Glisson said, is a secret conspiracy. And so for me to insert a Creole colloquium so important of the promise of collective rising as the title of an exhibition was a bold move that I was surprised nobody stopped me from doing. It had lasted for all too long already. I was able to run away with it for about 4 years, and finally they called it out. Anyhow, now I'm romanticizing the whole story, but essentially it was too bold of a move. All of a sudden, when the cancellation occurred, you had Creole in the newspapers, Creole in Le Monde, Creole in Libération. It was like, in and of itself, it was an incredible break into the normality of the kind of news, the kind of language that is spoken in the newspapers. So this was not by incidental, obviously. It meant to appeal to the double entendre within which we always move, those who have been
how shall I put it, initiated into the fine knowledge of Creole. Those of my generation who know the song, but that's generational. The younger kids might not know it. They might not go up and jump, like Cécile in Bocanal, or like we the Guadeloupeans with Akio. So of course all of that was carefully worded, carefully planned, and I was just like, oh, okay, looks like it's right. Look like it's right, until it did not. But again, these are political moves, and finally they read it with the consequences that we know. But then again, I'm looking forward to speaking more about it in just about a few minutes. But thank you.
All right, you guys, the final
We have the microphone. We have the microphone.
Yes, I can take that. They are connected.
I appreciate, I think, your thoughts, and these are adjacent to thoughts that come to me as well, because I'm studying two very different archipelagos with some commonalities in their histories, and even within these archipelagos, all these islands are so different, right? As you said, Haiti has a very different history than Martinique or Guadeloupe. But even, I'm sure Martinicans and Guadeloupeans would say that Martinique and Guadeloupe are quite different from each other. And then in the Indian Ocean, same thing, right? Reunion is so different from Mauritius, which is so different from Rodrigues. So you have all of these differences. At the same time, you have connections. As a Mauritian speaker, the Creole, the other Creole that I understand the most is not Reunion Creole, as you would think is Haitian Creole. Right? So I think it's a challenge for me in my own work to come up with a framework that talks about this solidarity and this commonality and this need, I think, to make visible, right, our collective work, our collective identity, but also to honor those differences. And again, I think that's why I go to Sirandan or Tim Tim or Island Riddles, right? Because they have a common history with the enslaved communities that go to all these islands. At this, and you know that I'm very grateful, I think, to Glissant's thought or to Maryse Condé's thought and the Creolist thought. They gave us all these wonderful landscape metaphors, mangroves and rhizome and all of that. But I think the way they tend to be applied sometimes to all these islands is a little indiscriminately, right? And it erases the specificities of these islands. So I want to come up with a framework that speaks about the solidarities, but also talks about the specificities of the islands. And I think island riddles do that because the islands have the riddles have a common history, but at the same time, they evolve very differently in each island, right? Each island has their separate sets of riddles. In Mauritius, you have a lot of riddles that also have to do with the Indian community. You have riddles where you need to understand Hindi and English and Creole and French to understand the point. And you have some in Guadeloupe where you know you need to understand French and Creole to understand the riddles. Some have to do with indigenous Caribbeans, right? And so this, I don't think there's an easy, you ask, I think, a major question. I don't think there's an easy solution or even a solution to it. But I think it's an important one to think about.
And I guess I can address the question of representation in terms of the different artists. I don't know if it was meant for all of us, but I have been thinking a lot about the fact that I don't care for the word solidarity and I prefer sovereignty when it comes to talking about Afro-Asia and these coalitions. And in running my own lab, I feel that I've learned over the years that sovereignty requires capital, it requires funding. I think about the Maroons in Jamaica. They've maintained over 3 centuries of sovereignty, and I've been thinking a lot about their banking system, their currency, what it means to have one's own system. So I think that this comes back, I guess, to the Ford Foundation, where I first saw Kelly Sinapamary's artwork in the show Everything Slackens in a Wreck. And yeah, it's transformational what they were able to do. I was lucky to be there on the opening night, and it was quite a debut. So I was just invited by James Cohen, who represents now Sinapamary, to see the work at Frieze, and it is pretty incredible, you know, to hear this story of censorship and funding. What's possible, not possible in France, is possible here, even when we think about the censorship in a place like the US. But there's also a lot of possibility. And I think that brings us to the question of race and, yeah, how the art market will choose to see or categorize these different artists. So I think Lam is a really good example for a case study as to how that has happened. And Chinese markets have started to become interested, like at M+. Curators there are like, oh, is he from Hong Kong? No, he's Cantonese, but maybe we'll stretch it so that we can have a show here because he has that recognition, which of course brings us back to the MoMA show and the infamous coat room and La Jungla, and the fact that I don't know if the painting Rumblings of the Earth has been shown in a Creole context or translated, because when I see it and have written about it, it's passing between the Met, MoMA, so they've always known how modern he is, but they've always seen him as illegible. And race is a big reason as to why. So that's what intrigues me about the Kelly Sinapamary example, is that whether she's Black or Asian or both doesn't really matter, but the kind of English translation and American marketing of what opportunities would be opened based on the answers to those questions is fascinating, because she had shown at Icon Gallery on West 3rd Street in New York, which was recently in the New York Times over a scandal. But in terms of South Asian art, I think there is a kind of blossoming, like diasporic South Asian art. So it's interesting to see this algorithm, as I call it, of race, which we know is a colonial sorting tool, and how it makes these different opportunities in terms of gallery representation.
Yeah, I can answer super quickly because I know we're running out of time. Not being able to find works is the story of my life. Working on African modernism is very difficult. I also, speaking of Icon Gallery, I organized a show. It was at Icon. Kelly Sinapamary was on the ground floor. Serge Elenon's work was above. In terms of scandal, it's important to note that Icon actually references 2 different galleries in one. So it's the 2 brothers. So yeah. I'm curious to know what the scandal was. I assume it's the other.
About the brothers.
Is the other or the brothers? So talk about gossip. Yeah.
They're not talking.
Yeah, they don't speak. Brothers, but so where the institutional support, not at all for Serge Elenon. I would say if he's going to find institutional support, it might come through university museums or maybe some enterprising curators. But maybe the fact that he doesn't really fit neatly into a category has been a problem. With that Kelly Sinapamary show and the Serge Elenon show, it was my first sort of foray into, I guess, activist curating, which I'm not very well placed to do, but all of his work is there. He's over 90 years old. I didn't want his work to just disappear. So part of that effort was to try to get his work into some collections. There were some colleagues of ours who were interested, but they couldn't get it past their supervisors. And I think maybe part of the issue now is there is a disjuncture between the modern and the contemporary. The contemporary folks, they understand oftentimes how to speak a certain kind of language. They do their own thing too. but they understand, they have to survive, how to fit within the international art world. And I think Serge, maybe he's just a person from a different era who thought, oh, curators and critics, they should come to me. I'm not going to market myself. But also now it's the issue of the modern, and it just sort of doesn't really fit in with a lot of, I think, curatorial visions, like African curators, African art curators, we even think about historical African art or the contemporary with the modern as this weird in-between. So I would like to know your thoughts on how to gain institutional support, but so far it's been elusive.
Thank you so much, everybody. All right, so we'll take a break and then we'll come back up to 4. We'll have liberty fees on the timing.
Let's reconvene. Okay, because we are in this battle against time, let's... Ooh. So we're going to start our second panel. So it's going to be the same format than the previous one. We'll have three presentations. The first one by Claire Tancon, independent curator and scholar, who's going to tell us much about her work in a presentation. And then we'll have a presentation by Erika Moya James on the Salon des Refusés, and a third one by Michael Roque, who's a writer, Caribbean science fiction writer, who's also going to present his work. So at some point, I'm going to show you little signs saying 5 more minutes, 1 more minute, conclusion. So try to read them, and maybe, you know.
Did you do that for the other panels?
No,
Yeah.
she didn't, because it wasn't me. Because it wasn't me. It wasn't me. It's just, yeah, different styles, exactly.
As I said, I need probably 30 minutes.
No, I didn't tell you how much time. I just told you that 5 minutes before the end I would say this. So, well, thank you very much. First presentation by Claire Tancon.
Thank you. There we go again. I'm entitled to my own disclaimer, probably, which starts right with the title, which is highly misleading. For I will hardly talk about how to institute art as a French Caribbeanist. But let us start with the beginning. Sowing the wind, reaping the whirlwind. A title actually murmured to me by Cécile, so thanks for that, Cécile. But let me go quickly through the introduction. In this paper, I take as a starting point Krista Thompson's essay, How to Install Art as a Caribbeanist, to analyze my experience organizing Vent Levé, or The Wind is Rising in Antilles and Creole, sovereign visions from the Creole and Maroon Caribbean and Amazonia, through the lens of Carnival, inasmuch as Thompson mobilizes Carnival as an analytical frame of reference in dialogue with my situated Carnival curatorial practice. For the better part of my curatorial life, I actually tangled with Carnival and was, still am, maybe known as a Carnival scholar. And somehow, just when I think I'm stepping away from it, it catches up with me, and so there we are. So now this is Krista speaking. What are some of the aesthetic practices and structures of visuality in the region that influence Caribbean art, and how might they inform our understanding of and curatorial approach to it? She asks. Thompson then goes on to elaborating upon my culturally situated curatorial response to Trinidadian artist Marlon Griffith's carnival-inspired, performance-driven practice thus. So this is me quoting Krista, talking about my curatorial work. This mode of curatorial practice not only transforms the most conventional spaces in which Caribbean art is displayed, but through a consideration of aesthetic practices historically redefines the meaning of the art object and how it is experienced. I wish I could have attended to Caribbean and Amazonian French and Franco-Creole visualities in the first quarter of the 21st century, as I set out to do when I envisioned an intergenerational, transhistorical, collective exhibition centering the by then emerging generation of Guadeloupean,
Martinican, Guyanese, and Haitian artists back in 2002, which is when Darren first committed to supported Van Levé, provided a major French institution welcomed it. That major French institution has proven to be very elusive, if it is not now for the Memorial Act in Guadeloupe, which in partnership with the Alain Locke Gallery is reinstating Van Levé. So instead of attending to how to install art as a Caribbeanist, I found myself grappling not with how to install art as a Caribbeanist, but how to institute art as a French Caribbeanist. I have found that prior to thinking about the intricacies about how to display French Caribbean artworks, I needed to set the very institutional framework for that to be possible. And this is where I still am actually with this project in many ways. And so I have found it to be a somewhat hazardous process in which the old European carnivalesque resurfaces as a symptom of just the sort of colonial malaise Caribbean carnival sought to counter, only to be met with sharp rebuttal then as now. Little did I know that the organization of an exhibition on so seemingly simple and evident a topic, a collective exhibition on contemporary Caribbean and Amazon artistic practice, attempting to problematize the indubitable fact of the region's non-sovereignty, would lead me to such an epic journey into the meanders of coloniality at the center of the French art system. How might we understand the relationship between the old colonial carnivalesque and the post-colonial curatorial, inflected by Caribbean carnival claims to sovereignty as foundational counterforces? Might their symbolic struggle be a necessary step towards the institution of art as in a French Caribbean context in which the creative act as is an operatic event, an always already insoluble conflict in a French Caribbean context? Baron Samedi, the president, and as the executioner. Cette peinture symbolise le pouvoir du peuple guadeloupéen, le peuple qui reprend sa souveraineté. C'est vraiment un symbole, le peuple qui se débarrasse de son bourreau, qui se met debout et qui réclame sa souveraineté. This painting symbolizes the power of the people of Guadeloupe, the people taking back its sovereignty. It is truly a symbol, the people getting rid of its oppressor, standing up and asserting its sovereignty. Thus spoke Bospolo, a Guadeloupean artist whose American-sounding alias belies so French a patronym as to elicit even more suspicion. Be it as it may, if Blot got in trouble with the painting Non-Lieu from 2025, it is François Moulin, the French citizen, who has to respond to the law, having drawn the ire of no less than the President of the French Republic himself, Emmanuel Macron. So that's Blot to the left. That's presumably the President of the French Republic. And the third character is elusive. Let's continue. It is, as of yet, unclear how François Moulin, aka Boss Blot, Baron Samedi's persona, will lend him more credence, be of any assistance, or grant him special powers. Blot's public appearance are made under the protruding brim of an oversized top hat reminiscent of the Haitian Vodun Loa of the dead. I chose not to display a picture of Boss or François, but I came across this graffiti in the streets of Poitiers, where I just was a few days ago, so I thought, hey, that'll do. And so there we are. featured in an exhibition called Exposé au chlordécone, Expose the Chlordécone, organized by Anton Way, also a pseudonym for Anthony Villa, at the Centre des Arts et de la Culture de Pointe-à-Pitre, a former former Center for Arts and Culture in Pointe-à-Pitre, an art squat turned cultural phenom, non-lieu, is a direct response to the exhibition's punning title, a reference to the last judicial decision in the chlordécone trial, case dismissal. That's what non-lieu means. A long-standing civilian lawsuit dating back to the early 2000s, it was waged by Guadeloupean and Martinican associations representing chlordécone-exposed plaintiffs against the French government for soil and water contamination by the eponymous substance, a highly carcinogenic endocrine perturbator and persistent pollutant. Chlordécone, also known as Kepon, its commercial name, was used legally for 2 decades, from the early 70s to the early 90s. Then it was used by derogation for a few years longer than in the United States, where its toxicity was first revealed, and finally it was used illegally. Worse yet, the derogations were obtained by the so-called Béquets, the white Creole descendants of French plantation owners, historic allies to the French state. I won't show it too long because, you know, it's on trial. So you've seen it, now I'll move forward. The painting represents a black man, bare-breasted but for a sash, featuring the colors and patterns of the Guadeloupean independentist flag. With his left hand, the presumably Guadeloupean independentist holds the bloody head of a grimacing white man. With his right hand, he holds down the cutlass with which he presumably severed the white man's head. Now, it's interesting because I wrote the description from memory, and in my memory, the non-lieu painting which I showed is as I described. The man also had a cutlass in his other hand, but in fact he didn't. I conflated in my mind both these paintings by the same artist, and I find that the second one is no less revealing of the kinds of power struggles that some Guadeloupeans may feel entangled with. So it's also a convenient way for me to mask the supposed persecuted person the black man is holding the head of. If the feature of the black man bear a vague resemblance with sculptured representations of anti-slavery heroes like Louis Delgrès and Joseph Ignace, monumental sculptures of which dot public space as memorial markers all over Guadeloupe, the white man bears a conspicuous resemblance to Emmanuel Macron. Also, the latter maintains, if the matter as to how the French president found out about a painting of a Guadeloupean artist in an art squat on the other side of the Atlantic is the stuff of speculation, the fact that he should care might be more alarming. And given the French president's seeming lack of humor, as this lawsuit alerts us to, it might be best to keep hidden from him that in the Vaudoun law, Baron Samedi's wife is Maman Brigitte. I didn't make that one up. So, did you know that there has to be some Haitian specialist here? And so, as it so happens, anyhow, so that's just, you know, to have a little comic relief here. This thing is not exactly, you know. So in any case, satirical depictions of Macron, or rather of his head riding down a staircase after being severed, or of his head on the guillotine before being chopped off, abound, journalists pointed. Scenes of decapitations form part and parcel of French history and religious painting, art historians added. So why did such a picture, the modest origins of which should have buffeted against scandal, warrant such an outlandish reaction. For Blow, however, in resorting to a sort of antithesis of sorts, the executioner is not the rebellious slaves, revolutionary hero, or independentist leader whose image is summoned by his depiction of the black male figure. Rather, it is the president himself. Indeed, in his original French statement, Bosblow uses the word bourreau. Indeed, in the original, which unequivocally means executioner. So he turns around the executed as the executioner, a reversal trope emblematic of the carnival spirit, already emboldened by the sartorial attire of the artist. Albeit bearing somber undertones and potentially leading to dire consequences, the danse macabre with vaudeville valence, the removal of an art exhibition of a satirical painting by a Guadeloupean artist posing as an anti-colonial masquerader, and the resulting repressive response it generated, the judicial trial by the French government standing as the colonial authority, belongs as surely in the realm of the colonial carnivalesque as it does in the project of Caribbean erasure. We must return once more to the French original to fully comprehend the violence of colonial legalese, the literal meaning of non-lieu. The way in which the chlordécone trial was dismissed is non-place. And so, essentially, we're being told, or the Guadeloupean people, the Martinican people are being told that their country is a no man's land. Almost exactly a year ago, an entire exhibition, the first collective exhibition of Caribbean and Amazonian French and Franco-Creole art to be held in a French public institution, was cancelled overnight over an unintended spatial conflict with the work of a European artist who had likewise formally negated the Caribbean, famously stating the Caribbean does not exist. Cavendish banana, Caribbean biennial, and the pink phallus, none of which you will actually get to see. Une femme commissaire d'exposition guadeloupéenne sera toujours trop ambitieuse. Il se trouve que nous partageons nous aussi son ambition. Cette ambition est à la hauteur du respect que nous attendons à l'égard des récits que nous portons au nom de celles et ceux qui nous ont précédés. Nous voulons ici affirmer qu'il est temps d'accorder nos montres et de passer à un autre temps. Il faudra dorénavant compter avec nous pour répondre présente, le moment venu, au rendez-vous de notre créativité souveraine, de notre levée. A female curator from Guadeloupe will always be, maybe you can read it, I'm sorry. A female Guadeloupean curator will always be too ambitious. As it happens, we too share her ambition. This ambition is commensurate with the respect we expect for the stories we tell on behalf of those who came before us. We wish to affirm here that it is time to synchronize our watches and move into a new era. From now on, you will have to count on us to be present when the time comes for the realization of our sovereign creativity, our rising. And this was the Tribune, a collective set of art practitioners redacted and got around for signatures totaling maybe over 150, and which was published in Le Monde. And when I was talking about the way in which all of a sudden you had a Guadeloupean curator in the newspaper, not for the better part of it, but that was kind of interesting. But more interesting still was the fact that Creole, the very title of the exhibition, if that, was in the newspapers in a way that it usually isn't, certainly at that level. So I found, of course, this to be interesting. So wrote a collective of artists in France's top daily newspaper, Le Monde, in a Tribune sign, blah, blah. I said it already. Let me pause and ask, what is the relationship between a scotch-taped
Cavendish banana on a white gallery wall, a true false Caribbean biennial in St. Kitts, predicated upon the idea that the Caribbean does not exist, and a monumental marble middle finger in a contemporary art museum lobby. And what does it all have to do with a Caribbean art exhibition, or the Caribbean for that matter? Rather than speculating, pun intended, about it, let me turn to banana experts Daniel Fernandez Pascual and Alon Schwabe of the artistic duo Cooking Sections. Their study of the Cavendish banana as a colonial clone born of agricultural monoculture fostering ecological scarcity epitomizes the toxic nature of just the kind of speculation financial markets, of just the kind of speculation in financial markets, just like the art market, of which it is a subsidiary feed off of. It may be funny that, time and again, a visitor wishing to be the artist at his own gain would eat the banana, only for the media to seize on the occasion to highlight the market value of the work, and intendedly or not, further raising the artist's market value. Meanwhile, back on the islands where the French banana are produced, one risks one's own life for fear of eating too much of it on account of chlordicone intoxication. Chlordicone, in case I didn't mention it in the first segment of this essay, was used to rid the fragilized cloned banana against weevils, les charançons. In a dramatic reversal, Martinican political scientist and ecological activist Malcolm Ferdinand opens his reflections over what he refers to as l'habité colonial, of which the whole chlordicone scenario is a symptom. He opens in the first chapter of his book. It's fascinating because you think he's going to be lamenting over, the prostate cancer. Not at all. He worries about the poor weevil. And that is, again, a fantastic reversal of a kind of a carnivalesque nature. It's really stunning. And I'm sure I gave it up. No one should get to know the beginning of the book. It's brilliant. You've read the book, you know. So, and you see where I'm going, hopefully, maybe. Ferdinand's departure from an anthropocentric outlook at the chlordicone's human drama is part and parcel of his reflection on the Plantationocene, elaborating upon Ferdinand's reflection by borrowing from Dutch artist Renzo Martin's own reflection on the Y-cube as a cocoa plantation. I would posit that if the art world was a banana plantation, and indeed works such as the Scotch-tipped bananas hint towards as much, no doubt Caribbean artists are weevils, expendable to the whims of global capital, to be pulverized to the benefits of art speculation. Ultimately, with the banana call-out, it is hard not to resort to Olivier Marbeuf's metaphor of the art world as a plantation developed in his book, Colonial Streets, Escaping the Plantation. I hope you're following. Are you?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm trying to draw attention to here is the carnivalesque dimension of the grotesque colonial farce with which the curator of the exhibition and the 40-something artists in it, half of whom signatories of the Tribune, were served. How could the carnivalesque be mobilized to analyze to insightful new ends the power dynamics at play in this much mediatized, controversial cancellation of a Caribbean art exhibition in a state art institution? On the one hand, there is the strong bodily lower stratum motif. You've read your Bakhtin, you know what I'm referring to, the standing prick. It's not written in the paper, but I like to extemporize, so I'm allowing myself. So there's a strong bodily lower stratum motif of the raised middle finger, painted fluorescent pink,
as if to summon the image of the white male's erected phallus that bears all the trapping of Bactinian carnivalesques by the book. Far from superficial, the Italian artist prankster resorts to a phallic symbol as, among other things, a critique of Italy's fascist past masquerading under the mantle of economic success. Blah, blah, blah. So what I'm trying to get to is that there's various levels of carnivalesque coloniality at play. There's the all European carnivalesque, which is really playing by the book, in the way in which we know of Bakhtin's analysis thereof. And then there is the resistant, carnival, Caribbean carnival ethos in it too. So when I told you that, again, in a previous life and maybe still in this life, I'm a carnival scholar, I was just like, but there's carnival written all over it, as I started to tell you, and I've got to dig in it, and this is what I found. I didn't do it. Don't blame me. Anyhow, so I'll pass. Okay, so Rabelais, you got it, the thing, the strong bodily lower stratum, none of it you will see. You'd go and find for yourself. On the other hand, this is more interesting. Drawing on Gerard Acking's analysis of carnival in the Caribbean, in Masking and Power, I would posit that the European carnivalesque brought about by the Italian artist and ensuing farcical setup resulted in what I would frame as a process of mutual demasking and misrecognition. For Acking, demasking may be understood as an unexpected and undesirable ideological self-recognition that is brought on by contact with a masked subject. All of a sudden, it is as if the implications of a title written in Creole, that open conspiracy, building on Glissant's sociological linguistic analysis of the language, and a subtitle mobilizing the notion of sovereignty, sovereign visions, came flying in the face of a host institution that had only but tolerated so offensive a character as a black female curator, albeit operating under the white mask of respectability afforded by, among other things, the mastery of the French language and a relative respect for social etiquette. But when she dared an acting sovereign position by claiming her right to a space contractually affording her exhibition and citing legal obligations towards her, her cover blew up, as did their benevolent facade. When mask fell, so did colonial mimicry failed. I'm almost done. You've had enough already. Non-sovereignty and the sovereignty of the imagination. We must take Van Leeuwen's provocative subtitle, Sovereign Visions, seriously, given the method of grounding the work of this French Caribbean artist in all their aesthetic complexity in French Caribbean history and thought. Sovereign Visions suggests both the imaginative possibility and futurity of Caribbean aesthetics on the Caribbean zone's term, and slyly alludes to George Laming's notion of the sovereignty of the imagination. It is the right to see and speak for ourselves. Charles Campbell, A Caribbean Response to Van Leeuwen. And there is your response. Who were the responders? First responders, Caribbean folks, Anglophone Caribbean folks. Anyhow, I'm almost done. Aha. Bookending Van Leeuwen's inception as an exhibition project and this essay's reflection on its cancellation is Puerto Rican political anthropologist Yarimar Bonilla's book, Non-Sovereign Futures, French West Indian Politics in the Wake of Disenchantment. I'm reprising here a piece of an essay I wrote with a colleague, but not too much. After outlining as a premise
that post-colonial sovereignty in the wake of departmentalization has come to function as a normative political ideal in the French Caribbean, Bonilla goes on to investigating Antillean and singularly Guadeloupean labor movements, drawing from her terrain among the instigators of the 2009 labor movement, remembered as Les 44 Jours. Oh, I am so sorry. This painting I so wanted to show you, I forgot. So I'll pass. I'll pass. I have 1 minute. Maybe I'm 1 minute out. Upon close analysis, I'm really sorry, there's a beautiful painting I failed to include, and it's my favorite, by a little-known artist, Philibert Ayers, but that's going to change. Upon close analysis of historical footage, extensive interviews with LKP leaders, union leaders, Bonilla deciphered paradigmatic moments of self-governance during negotiations between white industry bosses and black labor unionists, forms of temporary autonomous zones during which the Antillean political imagination developed forms of operative, if short-lived, sovereignty. Fittingly, song and dance accompanied by drums provide the soundtrack of the demonstrations, with road blockades often end up as cathartic fires, not unlike Carnival King Vaval gets, dispatched through fire. Chances are, too, in addition to the by now iconic song La Guadeloupe c'est en nous, La Guadeloupe c'est pas taillot, pa pa pa, Guadeloupe is ours, Guadeloupe is not theirs, Akio, a carnival group with avowed autonomous obedience, would have been calling to sing its song, Vent levé. No Caribbean curator seeking to seize sovereignty, if by way of the artist's imaginary, can dream of having their curatorial voice heard. Few, if any, Caribbean countries are sovereign anyway. Recent events in Venezuela, with Cuba and the ongoing Haitian crisis, hardly counter that claim, while the French Caribbean perennially dampened claims to more autonomy, if not downright independence, seem to accomplish Bonilla's prophecy of non-sovereign futures. Carnival's custom do remain across the Caribbean, albeit largely bereft of their rebellious ethos, severely mitigated by post-independence national movements and middle-class aspirations for economical stability. Quoting from Alan White and Peter Stalibras in the Politics and Poetics of Transgression about the transformation of European carnivals, Akin points out that what was once socially peripheral had become symbolically central. Bearing in mind that Stalibras and White had already rejected the Bakhtinian analytical framework from whence their work derives as a universalizable carnival analytics, and that so did Akin reject the Bakhtinian carnival analytics as a wholesale Caribbean carnival theory, I would like to venture into suggesting that Caribbean sovereignty, much like carnival before, has migrated from the political to the artistic imagination, where it lives in the work of a new generation of Antillean artists who, like Jean-François Beauclerc, in his persistent banana impersonation, like to eat their bananas and have it too. Now, this is a good place to end, but I'm not ending yet. I have a few videos to show you, and they're very short. And my closing is a form of homage to this Martinican artist who was among the staunchest critiques of the Bécquets, and trying to understand why we would allow ourselves to at once patronize, buy their products, but also patronize their art spaces. And it has come to my and other colleagues in the profession, to our attention, that most of our cultural heritage is being seized upon by that private foundation, whitewashing
again, you know, our heritage. And the claudicon business, it's not like it's history, like, oh, but these are the former, you know, slave owners. No, this is contemporary. I don't want to use the G word, but you see where I'm going. So I'll just leave it with Jean-François and the last video so that you can see the migration of the carnivalesque within the work of a contemporary generation of French Caribbean artists. And of course, it's only if it works, and it's very short, and I think it's the following slide. Yes. So this is Jean-François in Miami.
El sangre de las bananeras nunca se quita.
One sentence, one last video. Caribbean sovereignty must continue to be enacted if as a symbolic construction of the artistic imagination, with Carnival as an escape from the museum's plantation walls. Artists from Vent-Levé, such as Raphaël Barontini, Ronald Cyril, Kenny Duncan, and Gladys Gamby, are finding new agency in the middle ground between artistic opacity and carnival fugitivity, or how not to institute art as a Caribbean French artist.
Wom passe wom. Santi yon jardin pour qu'on gorge. Santi kade son gorge pour qu'on faille. Coutez, coutez. Vous pas comprendre pas fan.
Well, thank you very much, Claire. So we're moving toward the second presentation of this afternoon with Erika Moya-James, who's going to talk about the Salon des Refusés, Art Criticism Without History in the French-speaking Caribbean. So, is it okay? Okay. No, okay.
Sorry. Thanks for the invitation to share work today. I'm 8 days from a 2-year sabbatical, and I'm barely holding on. I'm barely holding on. So, and I think I misunderstood the prompt a little bit, but I actually want to start somewhere else and get back to the piece that I shared, because I want to situate my thinking and give you a sense of where that sort of response came from. And so last year, late last year, I published my book, After Caliban, Caribbean Art and the Global Imaginary. And recently I gave a book talk on Monday, and I thought it would be a good idea to maybe start with some of the points I raised at that book talk, not to directly speak, but to, in a sense, situate the ways in which the thinking of French theorists has ground my work. And if you've gotten an opportunity to read even the introduction to this, you will know that the work of Aimé Césaire and Glissant and many sort of French theorists, but also the work of the Martinican artist Marc Latomy sort of grounds the text. And so I'm going to jump over here. So in my work, I'm really taken with the generation of Caribbean writers. So this is in two parts. So this part, I just want to share that, I'm really taken with the generation of Caribbean writers and thinkers and poets that emerged in the 20s and the 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. Thinkers and creatives that lived in colonialism and wanted to think themselves out of it, who really tackled decoloniality and the possibilities of the post. So writers like C.L.R. James, Earl Lovelace, Césaire, Fanon, Brathwaite, Hall, Glissant, Benitez Rojo, and so many others, are on that list. But one day I was reading interviews David Scott had been conducting with this generation for Small Acts. And I had a mini mind explosion as I was reading the transcript of his interview with Sylvia Wynter, who Taya mentioned a little bit earlier. Wynter, as all of you probably know, is a Jamaican writer born in Cuba who has had an extraordinary life, right? And after the McKittrick book came out, she became a star once more, not only in the Caribbean but beyond. But David's interview was very personal in a way that I really gravitated towards. In the interview, she recounted a story how, as a young artist, or as a young writer, when she was really struggling to sort of figure out what to write in this moment when Jamaica was moving first towards federation with the West Indian Federation, and then to independence as a kind of doorway to post-coloniality, entering a kind of different reality. And she wanted to know, what am I supposed to create in this moment? What am I supposed to do? And she had a conversation with Elsa Govia, the very famous Jamaican historian that really passed away too soon. And Elsa, in a sense, answered Wynter's question with a question. She said, how do you deal with the stereotype view of yourself that you yourself have been socialized to accept? How do you deal? Or in other words, how does one push back against the weight of a colonial definition of oneself, to define, to affirm, to continually recreate oneself, to claim and enact freedom through creation as a decolonial act? What do you write and what do you create in this space? And then I was, at the same time all of this is happening and I'm having these little mini mind explosions, I was preparing to write on the work of Cuban artist Juan Francisco Elso. And so, as I'm wont to do, I began to read texts. After reading his diaries, I started to read texts and the work of writers he had read, and just trying to get in his head a little bit. And it led me to Jose Lezama Lima's defense of the 19th century poetry of Julian Casals, who at the time he wrote was increasingly being critiqued as an inauthentic Cuban writer in post-revolutionary Cuba. And Lezama Lima spoke very beautifully about how Casals' act of creation itself, in the context of Cuba and the Caribbean, was a critique of the systems that had sought to subdue it and people like him. He said, if we speak of criticism as creation, not production, then poetry adheres to the theory of knowledge. We must look for another approach, finding creation, finding pain in everything. One culture assimilated or unassimilated by another is not a comfort. Indeed, no one has given it away as a gift. It is instead a painful act, one that is both creative and created, right? So for me, that concept of creation or critique through creation really struck with me because it was an answer to Gavia's question. Critique through creating art, critique by saying who you are and see yourself to be, and imagining what does this look like. And Winter responded to Govia's question and her charge of creating, and doing a sort of decolonial critique through creation by writing the novel The Hills of Hebron, which is set in a wholly black Jamaican town against all of its inhabitants are black, and it explores their relationship to a new faith, a new brand of Christianity developed within Jamaica called Bedouinism. There isn't a colonial insight, even though these people are, in a sense, dealing with living in the wake of colonialism. And I started to think of the Black Jacobins, Masters of the Dew, Dragon Can't Dance, The Hills of Hebron, all as decolonial texts that centered the region and the epic stories of its people. They, in a sense, critique through creation itself. Now, these are also Caribbean modern texts to me. And for me, Caribbean modernism is a decolonial enterprise and necessarily phenomenological, outside of time, rising as necessary. I also realized that this generation that was doing this sort of creative work was speaking to each other, making art in ways that aligned with increasingly what I was reading of Chazère. And in the Cuban Heritage Library at I finally found a copy of The Man of Culture and His Responsibilities. And for me, Césaire is very much in conversation with his generation. And he really in this text tells us a little bit about what he thinks art should do. And he talks about the colonial system as the negation of the act, the negation of creation. Under colonial society, there's not merely a hierarchy of master-servant, there's also implicit a hierarchy of creator and consumer. But cultural creation, precisely because it is creation, disturbs. And the first thing it disturbs is the colonial hierarchy, because it converts the colonized consumer into a creator. In short, even inside the colonial system itself, it restores historic initiative to those whom it has been the mission of the colonial system to deprive of all historic initiative. For the colonizer, indigenous creation is dangerous. And he goes on to say, and that's why we must create. Yes, in the long run, it is the task of the poets, the artists, the writers, the men of culture, by blending in the daily round of sufferings and denials of justice, both memories and hopes, to create those great reserves of faith, those great storehouses of strength from which the people can draw courage in critical moments to assert themselves and to assault their future. So for me, when I turned, after reading all of this, just there, reading, I turned back to A Tempest. And Césaire's A Tempest for me is also, of course, a Caribbean modern text. It's a decolonial text. It is a text that, through its creative process, creative and theoretical form, but also its appropriation and transformation of Shakespeare's text. And Césaire's, I think, bold move to rewrite it and in every way remake it. Not in a very simple way. I think he only rewrites the last 5 pages or five stanzas. What he does, and I have read them side by side, word for word, is shift Caliban's subject position in the end. And for me, it's a moment where Caliban himself is now speaking himself into existence, okay? So because I view these works of art as theoretical forms, I'm always trying to assess or focus on the work of the artwork. What are these writers? What are these artists? And what are, these works of art asking of me? What are they asking of us? What is the work of this work? What are they and their creations doing? What is the critique? And drawing on Césaire's A Tempest as methodology and critical ethos, these are questions I use to organize each chapter in the book. And it is an ethos, I think, that undergirds my work as an art historian more broadly. I see critique and creation while agreeing with the late Cuban artist Juan Francisco Alzo that in the Caribbean, we have all that we need to make epic art. Now, I want to just register 2 other things. Another text that was in my head as I wrote was this anthology edited by John Hearn, which for me provides a model for Caribbean studies. It includes writers from the English, French, Dutch, and English-speaking Caribbean and the continental Caribbean, Mexico and Colombia as well. And I think it's important for Caribbean studies to think beyond the limits of colonial language division. I insisted on writing a text that was, I wanted to do all of them, but it just didn't happen. So engaging the French, Spanish, and English-speaking Caribbean. And it's something that I became aware of, those linkages that in a sense disappear when we focus almost too exclusively in places like Curacao and Cuba, where strangely market women, those market women that you showed, they taught me how people truly move in the region. And in Cuba and Curacao, you would find market women from all over the region coming to those places to buy goods and operating in a way that really goes unreported. Like, we don't even think about the ways they create language and use language to get by financially and creatively within the region. But it really woke me up in a way. And I tested, this is a very composite approach, and a very composite methodology, a pigeon kind of methodology as I wrote this book. But working across language, and returning to Govia's challenge and using it as a starting point, I started to write essays over and over on the work of various artists that were not in the book, just to sort of think through some certain ideas and see if they held up, see if the approach held up, see if the methodology held up. And I wrote on Elso, I wrote on Hervé Telemaque, Simone Lee, Ricardo Bray, Purvis Young, Thomas Essen, and others, artists who, like I said, weren't featured in the book, but by, in a sense, working on some of these ideas through in answer to Govia's question, I think I then was able to return to the artists that were in the book and write the kinds of chapters that I wanted. And while this was happening, I started working on the Jeffrey Holder project. I always seem to be working on multiple things at once. And Jeffrey is a multimodal artist with a private archive that has been dismissed. You know, he has been dismissed as a dilettante, partly because he was a painter, a dancer, a choreographer, and did all of these things, acting, etc. But he is someone, as I have delved into his personal archive, who clearly did not see himself that way. And when his son Leo shared this clip with me way back in that I'm about to share and hope to share with you in 2017, things really came together for me as an art historian. Holder, and let me see if this works. It's a short clip, and I begin the book with this.
Most people of color who come to America and encounter it, especially in the 50s, didn't have an opportunity to tell their story to too many people necessarily, or too many people that were listening. And the thing that's extraordinary to me is that somehow you made that transition almost effortlessly.
I walk through doors.
Now why, what do you attribute that to?
Well, I walk through doors. If I'm not wanted in a place, there's something wrong with the place, not me.
So Holder answers Law's question in a way that really unites for me Govia's questions and challenge to Sylvia Wynter all those years ago. And it really sets the stage for a kind of counterattack in the academy. And it's a position one takes, I think, against colonial forces and epistemes when, as a scholar, when you become aware of those epistemes that have been used to ensure that you see yourself as a deformed creature, right? And ensures that you reject it and begin to write your own story. And it is the basis of a question that I've asked myself many times in relation to the academy and institutions, my discipline, my field, my writing, et cetera, art writing, et cetera. What is wrong with this place? What is wrong with this university? What is wrong with this discipline? What is wrong with this museum, this field, this so-called art history? So in many ways, the book that I just published is the first chapter in my sort of personal answer to Govia's question through Holder's subject position. And it's the kind of work that I'm trying to do now. So when I was thinking of what to talk about for you today, I really wanted to use the prompt of the mess at Metz as a kind of starting point. And I wanted to think about the ways in which maybe I was incorrect, but I almost sense a longing in some of the prompts to be included in a certain kind of art history. And for me, I think what I've found as I have really done intimate and close looking at art is that in the work of many artists from the 90s on in the Caribbean, the history that we seek to write is often in the art itself, right? And I want to just speak, I don't know how much more time I have, maybe 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. I'll just start it. A sort of unpolished version is available elsewhere. But I just want to start this basic talk about with the title that's there, Art Criticism Without History in the French-speaking Caribbean. In 2023, I met the artist Daniel Goodruff at Williams College. It was a fortuitous meeting because among many things, he enlarged my thoughts around art and identity, especially as it relates to the French Caribbean, French Caribbean art and identity, island and continental. He is a Guadeloupean photographer of Madagascan heritage. In body, he affirms the ways colonial worlds are architected through bonds made by venous connections, roads and pathways that leap across time zones and continents to become on a small island in the Caribbean or a large island off the coast of Africa. In these contemporary worlds, those borders are shaped by colonialism. Certain individuals might be able to travel freely from Madagascar to Martinique, to Guadeloupe to France, but nowhere else. The colonial relations and the realities of visa denials determine those boundaries to this day. It's a strange kind of access within confinement. Daniel works in chapters. His lens has written chapters in Guadeloupe, in Madagascar, in New York, everywhere he has spent time. And the question is, are there distinctions, perhaps, in the specificity of place and in conscious shifts in the medium and approach that he takes? But what surfaces, I think, in his work isn't the specificity of a place or some essential, visible, and digestible connection to each place or his identity, but the work his work is reaching for and doing. His identity may inform the project or questions, but something far more interesting, at least for me, rests in this work. When we were in conversation at Williams College, rather than focusing on identity or his relationship to France, or even his work in relation to a specific history never written, as a Guadeloupean, Madagascan French photographer, we refused to map his history or use his personal history as an art history for the work. And I wanted to do, I don't have time, but I wanted to do two or three things in this talk, prompted in part by my conversations with Daniel and my initial response to what curator Tankons really experienced regarding the mounting of this show at Metz. And I wanted first to register the critical capacity of refusal itself and sketch the contours of what it makes possible. Then I wanted to look at the work of two artists in the show and speak to the ways I'm hoping the theoretical positions exhibited in this work and their larger practices provide the critical apparatus to engage the colonial spatialities of what happened at Metz, to reaffirm the absolute need to refuse, and in process disrupt the colonial mindset that still beats at the heart of many of these institutions we have to deal with, despite their post-colonial drag. I don't have a lot of time, so I reference what happened to the Salon des Refuses in 1860s, who was rejected, why they were rejected a little bit, right? And then I dive into the work that has been selected for the show. At least two artists. I couldn't do more than two. Matthew's work and this particular piece, Lembe, and oh gosh, I've done work with her, and I'm blanking on the correct way to Bibiani's work, and I wanted to do I wanted to, in a sense, form or shape or share with you the ways in which a reading of this work begins to disrupt some of the, in a sense, colonial position spatialities that were at the heart of Metz. So in a way, I think I'm arguing what you're arguing, that the work is playing mass with the institution, right? That this work as, if we surface what the work is actually doing and those kinds of connections, it's actually critiquing the institution within the institution, right? So, and it only is obvious to those who I think can see. So I found this particular work quite compelling. I found it compelling partly because of what Abanek's photograph, the way it disorients. One is not immediately sure of what one is looking at least I wasn't. The body has been defamiliarized. It's been turned upside down a la Duchamp. In process, it's demanding something else of us. You know, the contorted body, the deep dark Baroque space from which the figure emerges or disappears. The title itself is disorienting because it can refer to a limbo. It can be a kind of phonetic connection to the English limbo, a la Wilson Harris, but it also can connect two places across the Black Atlantic, a city in Haiti and a city in Cameroon in West Africa, right? A heartache, even that, you know, it's all of these things, exactly. And that's the point, right? In these institutions, when we sort of focus on identity, when we sort of let the institutions do what they need to get their funding, et cetera, they tend to flatten the work. And what I want to see more of is the ways in which we engage contemporary Caribbean art in a prismatic way, something that blows, you know, enables these different spaces and these different sort of narratives, but also I think pulls and all of these things simultaneously, that it's not one thing. It never can be, right? And let's play in that as a sort of form and approach. And it's the same thing with Mania's work and this particular piece, the notion of language, what it means, what it can mean, going back to the earlier presentation, which was just so brilliant. And the ways I can talk about, and as an art historian, this work in relation to itself, but also the ways it resonates with other sort of minimalist artists and works against those artists to, in a sense, inhabit a certain kind of meaning, even down to Brancusi, and even into the ways that Edgar Arsenault, for instance, took apart that sort of monument of minimalism and crashed it in the Studio Museum of Harlem back in 2027. So, you know, just in a sense, really following in some ways the faith or the maybe the mantra that Césaire has asked of us, and really treating art as the sort of critical forms that he insisted upon, and that we recognize in that creation the sort of critical and decolonial dimensions that is, you know, that surfaces in the work. Okay? Okay.
Well, again, thank you so much. This is also fascinating. And so we have our last paper of the day by Michael Roch, White Panic or the Myth of the Poisoner.
I heard the rumor, Kelly, your favorite the what's her name, Margaret. She was yours, right? Your master's yeah, the colonist next door, yeah. I heard the rumor she's dead. Yeah, poor Margaret. But who killed her, Kelly? What does your master say? Poison? Who's poison, Kelly? Can you tell me? Yeah, I know the rumor. A rumor is poison that seeps in, but a rumor has no body. On the plantations of the French Antilles, a strange terror grips the colonizers. The enslaved person masters the occult science, the terrible and hermetic magic, that of poisonous substances, of plants that bring death. We don't need proof. Fear doesn't need proof. Any sudden death, any unexplained illness, any loss of livestock, any sign, it's the poisoner's work. Kali, the accused people, they are burned alive. Historians say it, archives show it, there never was a poisoner. But a panic, yes. A white panic. It belongs to those who hold power. It impacts the other ones with little consequences, because the function of a myth is not to tell the truth. Its function is to organize. It needs no instigator, no inventor. It arises like a virus from the collision of events. It self-creates and self-manages and lasts for centuries. This phenomenon didn't disappear with the abolition of slavery. It changed its costume. It slipped into other forms, other places, other bodies. The sociologist Robin DiAngelo speaks of white fragility, emotional reaction, anger, fear, guilt, argumentation, silence, flight, that arise in white people when they are confronted with discussions of discrimination, structural racism, white privilege. I quote DiAngelo, white people in North America live in a social environment that protects and insulates them from race-based stress. End of quote. This fragility is the vice that makes racial conversation so difficult and racial equity even harder to reach. Cultural proximity is tolerated as long as it stays decorative, exotic, and apolitical. We admire the rhythms, we collect the objects, we consume aesthetics. But as soon as that proximity demands equity, as soon as it demands a redistribution of power, as soon as the black body stops being spectacle and becomes subject, then the panic sets in. And I say panic. Fragility implies weakness and vulnerability. Panic is something else. Panic is a movement. An irrational collective movement spreading like a fire on a plantation. Kali, I saw a shadow darting through the night. A black body, a devil for sure, a diablesse with red eyes and goat's hooves. She ran like an animal toward a goal I didn't know. To the colonist next door, maybe. He fell ill yesterday. He fell gravely ill. And that she-devil, Kali, I'm afraid she will come back. She will come back for me, because I saw her run. The presence of the black body, its opacity, its disruptive possibility, that's what triggers the panic. On the plantations, the mythical poisoner is a figure of opacity. You don't know who he or she is. You don't know how she or he operates, with what kind of poisons. You don't know who is complicit. This uncertainty is intolerable for a system that rests on the total visibility of the enslaved body. On its absolute control. This uncertainty is also unbearable for the people suffering the consequences of the terror. They finish to hate more the poisoner than the master. For the danger, his non-existence has upon their lives. Everything scrambles. Today, white panic works the same way. What is unbearable isn't the poisoner presence itself, it's its opacity. The fact that you don't know what a black person is going to do, that you can control what she's going to say, that you can master where she's going to lead you. I heard a rumor. In June 2025, the Centre Pompidou Metz abruptly cancels an exhibition called Vent Levé. The title means, you know, the wind rises in Creole. The exhibition was meant to be the first major retrospective of contemporary French Caribbean art. 50 artists, a Guadeloupean curator, Claire Tancon, and a contract already signed. Official motive to justify the cancellation, the museum's site, budgetary reasons. A particularly difficult budget context. But nearly 150 artists and artwork figures sign an open letter that denounce an untimely shelving, a sudden, incomprehensible decision. Un incident et tout s'est arrêté, writes the newspaper Le Monde. What incident? I will tell you. Yeah, I will share the rumor. A giant pink hand, all fingers cut off except the middle one, proudly raised. An 11-meter high middle finger, a gigantic statue signed by the Italian Maurizio Cattelan, installed right where the exhibition was to take place, at its entrance. That's the incident. I know it because I was there. I witnessed all of it. Neither Claire or Kali was warned. Kali, did you know? Neither do I. We discovered it right during a work meeting. And it was white before. You know that, Kali? The statue was white. No, it's pink. I mean, Catalan repainted it pink. Yes, but it's strange. It should have been white, you know? You know why? No? Do I? No. Just imagine. Claire walks into the museum's vast entrance. Claire sees the statue. I see the statue. Claire goes, but... And the person who was greeting us mumbled, oh, but the artist wants to keep it there. They tell us the two exhibitions will have to coexist in the same space. Claire goes, but why? That space had been contractualized to Vent Levé? Your contract? On sait bien que vous êtes au-delà de tout contrat. Sad eye to me, I stay quiet. The exchanges grow tense, they leave early. Less than 2 weeks later, the cancellation letter arrives. The director writes, if you think that what we are proposing does not respect your vision, we would be very sad if you decide not to continue this wonderful adventure. And Claire goes, but why can't we work with respect for the given word, with respect for the contractual terms? Unofficial motive, panic. Panic is human, but it leans on institutional order to settle and to compel. An 11-meter sculpture, a pink middle finger, imposed in the space of a Caribbean exhibition that claims sovereign visions, that is anything but trivial. This is called, I believe, an occupation. A symbolic occupation of space, a brutal reminder here, the white gesture, or pink, the gesture of those who hold power, always has the last word. A Caribbean exhibition, fine. An exotic decorative line towing exhibition, yes, okay. but an exhibition that claims the sovereignty of the gaze, the sovereignty of speech, the sovereignty of form, that is intolerable. That is exactly what causes white panic. Because it demands equity, because it demands a redistribution of symbolic space. Panic, not fear. Panic as an irrational and coercive movement to bring back order when that all good world is falling into the breach of unpredictable opacity. But where is the poison, Collie? Do you know where the poison is? There must be a poison somewhere. We do not panic for nothing, Kelly. What if the real poison wasn't the one we thought? What if the poisoner was never where we looked for him? What if the poison was the panic itself? That capacity to cancel, to censor, to burn, without trial, without proof, simply because we heard a rumor. Oh, I heard a rumor. Claire, you are too ambitious. You must be the poisoner. When I met Claire, she told me she doesn't want a banal exhibition. She doesn't want to just show artworks. She wants us to feel them. She wants them to go through us. She wants to show the Caribbean society, the new one, the one rising up to face the world. She wants everything from everywhere all at once. She meets me and she says, I want this exhibition to be inside L'Enville. And I want L'Enville, which is in your text, to be inside this exhibition. I don't know how we will do it because no one ever has, but what you write, I want it in this exhibition. Because L'Enville, it's our future, the future of the Caribbean and the future of the world at the same time. L'Enville is that globality where the great whole meets itself, crushes itself and diffracts itself at once. L'Enville is the pro-antique place where future, past, present are one and unfold in every direction. L'Enville is in my texts and overflows from them. And L'Enville was there before the text, before the writing movement. And the movement creates also L'Enville, just as much. L'Enville, that inhabited place of the two mondes, dear to Edouard Glissant. L'Enville, that invisible territory made of memories, languages, rumors, resistances. L'Enville with an architecture both fixed and shifting, seen and escaping us at the same time. That is where the sound work that Jordan Bill and I are undertaking takes on its full meaning. We bring the dimension of sound to the exhibition. Sound, noise or rumor travels through the space and at moments, by a magic no one knows, dissociate, open the possibility of a tension, a tipping of power, of what could be. Lineaments haunt this interval. Yes, the death of Jordan Bill's current work, his ideas around the poisoner and his mythical figure about American repetitive music as conceived in the Caribbean, what he brings resonates with my approach to L'Enville, its plasticity and its poetic symbolism, its rumor. Michael, yes? What kind of equipment do you have in mind? Moi, pas ça. Michael, yeah? How does that selection of equipment inform how you arrive at each set of figures? Michael, could you tell us a little more? We just don't understand what you're trying to say. You see, Michael, this is too opaque. We don't know what you are going to do. We don't know what you are going to say. We can't control where you are going to take us. Michael? Yes? You see, you are too radical. Are you sure about that, Kelly? It's not a bad thing, you know. I mean, you could listen to the rumor, listen to what it says there in the bridge. Chaos, anarchy, freedom for everyone. A bridge made of low voices, sporadic bursts, indefinable echoes. A bridge made of recurrences, iteration, altered alternatives. Is that a warning, a conspiration, a confidence? Together, Jordan Bill and I invite the visitor to drift, to wander outside order, to the unfolding of all that is possible. What does that myth do to the colonist as to the enslaved person? What else could we heard from this rumor between lies and truths? The rumor cannot be locked up. It seeps in, it crosses walls, it knows no borders. We could let it flow through the entire space and over our bodies. Let it embrace us and extend us into frequencies. It is by nature the medium of opacity. You don't see where it comes from. You can control where it goes. It gets into your head. It poisons, yes. But rumor, like opacity, can become an aesthetic material, a space to reshape ourselves. Opacity is a bridge, the fault line through which power topples. We can use it not to overthrow, but to see farther and to see things differently. What we are building together, Jordan Bill and I, is a sound that gives body to the rumor, that makes heard what is not said, that records the manifold vibrations of our world and transforms them into relational power. Because the myth of the poisoner is not a story of fear. It's a story of power. It says something about the colonists, about the enslaved people. It also says something about us. They were right to be afraid. The secret art existed. And it still exists. But it's not the one they think. Can we transform that vision? Look into the bridge and listen to what it really says. Vent qu'a levé. The wind rises. On the plantations, the rumor runs that enslaved people can poison from a distance. Can you hear them, Kali? They think, they answer to each other. They beat their drums, and the colonists laugh, but they tremble all the same. In our museums, the rumor runs too. Other presents come, untamable, sovereign, spaces built by and for us. The disruptive possibility of bodies that refuse to be reduced to what is expected of them. A counterweight to omnipotence. This power, of course, we claim it. Vent levé exhibits it. We are not poisoners, but we master that secret art of making resonate what has been silenced. We exist. Nous vivons. I heard a rumor, Kali. Isn't it true? You're the one who learned Hamlet by heart, right? So you know the answer of the famous question. Tupi. Yeah, of course. You heard it too. Thank you.
Should I take the mic or? Okay. Well, thank you so much. So I'm going to, invite the three of you to come here and, thank you so much. Those were like three very powerful presentations. And it's, thank you so much. Yeah. So I will very quickly open the floor, but I'm trying to process everything that I heard to think about the actual question I want to ask you. Maybe I'll start with you, Claire, because this question of sovereignty, it's in the title of the exhibition, but it's also and we've talked about the work of Yarimar Bonilla and how it's been an inspiration to your how that read was actually an important one, and what's great with the work of Bonilla is that she kind of brings her vision of sovereignty from Puerto Rico to and she brings it to an ethnographic work in Guadeloupe. And she does both a very strong theoretical intervention, but also a very empirical one. But she also has this pretty big statement at in the introduction of her book around the fact that no territory in the Caribbean is sovereign. And so I just, I would like to hear you talk about that, about the very possibility, maybe the definition of what is sovereignty, and what it's been in this whole period that we could characterize as the post-colonial period, whatever that means, but yeah, the various meanings of sovereignty and the various moments during which this definition can be shifting. And I'm just curious to hear you, talk more, elaborate on this notion of sovereignty. Erika, thank you so much also for your presentation. I really want to read your book and get that special issue that you showed. I don't know if it's available. And I thought that this sentence that you cite, what am I supposed to create in this moment? And the question I'm going to ask is kind of a version of the one I'm asking Claire. When I asked about the temporality of sovereignty, it's because I see several moments, and with some moments of acceleration of time, and some moments when it takes, when there's a different temporality. But since the mid-20th century, at least in the French Caribbean, we have all of these moments during which this question could be asked as well. What am I supposed to create in this moment? And I would like to hear, first, do you have an answer to that, or did you find answers within in the artists that you study, and especially the more contemporary ones, the ones that were going to be featured in the exhibition? And the reason why I'm asking this is because I'm really cautious when speaking about the contemporary Caribbean and French Caribbean to pay attention to moments, to history, to historicization, to the fact that today is not 1946, and even though we do have like strong legacies and forms of continuum, we also have different things going on, different definitions of sovereignty. At some point it was equated to nationalism, at that other point it wasn't. And so I'm just trying to, I mean, I would like to hear you more about this, these various moments during which this question is being asked to us, not just the 40s, but to this day. And, well, okay.
You okay?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to still, like, you know, process the rumor. And I'm wondering about this position. First, like, when I heard this whole backstory about Van-Levé, I was thinking about this question of power, about the panic. But I was also thinking about this very French thing which has to do with translation, forms of translation, and how, you know, Bamboozled, this movie by Spike Lee, became The Very Black Show, I mean in English, as a French title. How Between the Word and Me by Ta-Nehisi Coates became Une colère noire, a black anger, like seriously.
Wow.
Yeah, and then it was changed, but like that. And this sort of like, the way these questions are being tackled by the French, you have to do a jeu de mots. You have to actually not just panic, but also ridicule to a certain extent. And so the story you told, like, just made me think of like so many examples of this happening, a form of, you know, exercising your power by, you know, making something much more little than it is, and by like kind of squeezing the strong intervention. So I'm just thinking about that, but it brings me back to this question of panic and poisoning. Is poisoning and panic exactly the same in Metz and in Lonville? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I have no idea.
You don't.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I actually have no idea what you're talking about. We've heard a different rumor. Now, our sovereignty. I actually was in New York at the Schomburg when Yarimar launched her book. And for me, and I think I told you, it was liberating. I had lived in Trinidad and Tobago, watched football matches with my Trinidadian friends. I just could not understand, for the sake of me, why they would not support the French team. I was like, there's the Guadeloupeans, the Africans, the Raclair. No, we are supporting the Germans. And besides, when you have a Guadeloupean soccer team, come back to us. Boom. So, I mean, it sounds silly, but I know I became Caribbean vicariously in Trinidad and Tobago, in an independent, if not sovereign, nation. I was yearning for this sense of sovereignty, which I lacked in our islands. And in reading Yarimar, she allowed me to understand, which brought me back both to my carnival roots, but also to my anarchist roots by way of Hakim Bey. I think sovereignty is only but a fleeting moment, because it is through the body, but it is also temporary in time and space. It's a temporary autonomous zone. And I like the way in which Yarimar describes moments of sovereignty around the negotiation table when the black labor unionists contend for their rights, and however high their rise of salaries, in front of the black bosses. It is not a state that will ever be stable. It first has to do with your way of being in the world. It is an attitude, and your body conveys that sense of sovereignty. And true, Michael, I mean, look at us. I mean, you can imagine, the two of us. In Metz, really, the panic had actually begun to become palpable. Really, at that very lunch that we had prior to entering the space, it would have been so easy to disarm this incident. Hey, Claire, by the way, oh, sure, no problem. No, it was just too much, that they could bear a sense of self-possession, a sense of sovereignty. I mean, but that is just the fact of being a black person in the world and being a black curator in a wide institution. And by black, I don't mean my skin color. And by now you've understood the many ways I can be black. I don't need to demonstrate further. So I'm just being silly here. But I don't know that I'm answering your question. But sovereignty, that would be my answer. Temporary autonomous zone, Hakim Bey in the text. But that is, I think, what Yarimar depicts in these moments of sovereignty. And yes, of course, it's very strong when she says, well, actually, look at it. I mean, between those who are still in the Commonwealth, between the others who don't know they are not sovereign, but in fact they're not. I mean, every day we're reminded as to how little sovereignty there actually is in the Caribbean. As we speak, there are American warships in our territorial waters. If anything, actually, and I will stop there, bizarrely, I thought to myself, hey, it ain't so bad to be French after all, as a buffer against American imperialism. No, my mind kind of went there. So I was now trading, obedience. All of a sudden I was kind of happy to be French. But I leave the geopolitical strategizing to others. Clearly, I have failed. So, to you, my dear.
For me, I think there are several ways I can answer that question. I think if we think of Suzanne Césaire and Amy Césaire, you see art forms shifting, right? She started doing theater, right? He was writing poetry. He shifts and starts doing theater because I think he saw, and in a sense, A Tempest is the same thing that she had done with, I'm blanking on the work, but a few years earlier. And I think he saw the work that work did, and you see him shifting his form to plays and theater to respond to that moment. But also this desire for the work to be more, to reach the people. And maybe in 1930s and 40s, he felt it was poetry. By the 1960s, he shifted to theater, right? So that's an artist responding to the space. But I think one of the sort of threads throughout the chapters of the book, and I see it in the work of the artists in the show that I highlighted as well, is that in that layer, in that prismatic form that they deliver to us, there seems to always be a layer of history. Caribbean artists, particularly contemporary ones, are always engaged with history, whether it's art history, whether it's Caribbean history, it's histories of materials, all sorts of, it's always there. There's something that surfaces in there. But what I've found, say in Mark Latamy's work, is this desire to, in a sense, rewrite the history that he's been given through the work, right? So, I mean, in this moment, I think it depends on what the artists, we need to, in a sense, trust artists, that they are thinking in a way that's beyond the flat line that many institutions, or the ways that many institutions engage this art. We need to, in a sense, give them the benefit of the doubt and think about materiality, form, think about process, because for contemporary artists, all of that is textural. All of it embodies something, holds something. And it really takes us away from the sort of singularity or the claim that Catalan could make, that the Caribbean doesn't exist. I think in the text, one of the things I had to check myself on when I started writing this was I started with him. I actually write about Mauricio Catalan's Sixth Caribbean Biennial. And I thought, at first I was like, I need to start with him and, And then I realized I was, in a sense, trying to justify the work of Caribbean artists through his I was still looking through his lens. I needed to look at him through the work of Caribbean artists, through their lens. And when I shifted the entire text to have him bring up the rear, so to speak, the craziness and the hubris and the coloniality that's embedded in his so-called critique
it surfaced even more, right? Because how dare you say that the Caribbean doesn't exist when you're exhibiting right next to Belkis Sayon and right next to Janine Anthony and right next to, and not able to see. It shows your blindness, not their insufficiency or absence. So it's a way, there's a way in which we have to sort of think back and find methodologies to surface what it is they think we can't see.
So yeah, the question was, is the poison the same in Longueville and in what's? Metz. Yeah, Metz. I would say yes. And I will develop that a little bit more in two tacks. First one, Longueville in my novels, a little bit of context. I write sci-fi novels in which there is a megalopolis called Longueville that covers all the Caribbean archipelago. Mm-hmm. And it's a cyberpunk city. Mm-hmm. And Longueville is the symbol of the whole world, the tout monde of Glisson. Okay. So yeah, we can find any kind of poison in Longueville. But Longueville is also a world where there is no more discrimination or oppression. But some people are still in power. There is still remnant takes of that old poison. We are hating each other for something. That guy over there is suspicious. That's still there, and it's the ground for all kinds of stories and adventures. So yeah, the poison is in Longueville because we have to work around that and to find keys to de-poison our world. And the second tack is that, you know what a tack is? Just a take, maybe. How can I say that? When I say white panic, I do not refer to the skin color. White is, as the West, some kind of project. We saw it on the panel. The West is not a place, it's a project. Whiteness is a political project, as blackness is. So yeah, it's really about who holds the power. And so power comes with a kind of an imaginaire, a way of seeing the world, which is close to dystopias. And talking about those dystopias and finding keys to escape dystopias is really at heart of all the work I can do, literally in my books, or for example with Claire Toncon around an exposition, talking about counter dystopias, and so escape our imaginaire. You are following me? Yeah. And when I say our, it's the white ones and the other ones. So yeah, there is the imaginaire that fears the poisoner and the imaginaire that fears the poisoner because of the consequences of the deadly consequences if we find out there is poison. How can we escape that triangle? It's all about that. What can we find behind that mythologic figure of the poisoner?
Audrey, about sovereignty, because it is indeed at the core of Enlevé, not just in the subtitle, but really the initial question to me was to try and understand how artistic autonomy, as it seems to have developed in a new generation of Antillean artists, of which Michael is a representative, and Cédrine as well, how artistic autonomy could wiggle itself out of the seemingly failed project of sovereignty, which prior to reading Bonilla, I thought we had failed to. Again, Bonilla liberated me from that, but still, on paper, we're a non-sovereign state, right? And of course, you know, the president of the territorial collectivity of Martinique is, you know, going as hard and fast as he can so as to create alliances with fellow Caribbean states in the region so as to give himself, or rather to have to give his country, your country, the trimmings of a nation state, a flag and an anthem. And of course, that's a bit ludicrous as well. It is carnivalesque. And I am so sorry to always come back to the carnivalesque as an analytical lens, but really it is operative. I mean, yesterday, I told you, some of you know, I'm just on adrenaline. I did not sleep. I was rereading Gerald Acking, right?
Yeah.
Who 10 years ago, actually, when I was reading to the costumes and masks, I was just like, what is this? I didn't care. But I reread it and really demasking, misrecognition. This is exactly what took place. That scene, that primal scene of the poisoner blowing off the cover. It was exactly that. And it's brilliant because the carnivalesque, there is a European carnivalesque, and it's it's Caribbean carnival, and you've got both working. You know, our carnival was going public. It's like, hey, hell. That's it. You know, so it's kind of brilliant. In any case, so, but of course I'm working through these paradoxes, and most importantly, of course, in the works of the artist, and I will pause after that. I will just stop. I know maybe some of you were a bit frustrated by the fact that not only did I actually not mention any of the names you did mention, if only because actually contractually I'm kind of not allowed to. I know this is taped, but hey, hell. But I also did not want to show and discuss the works, to be honest, before the exhibition opens. But of course, I'm doing the work, and I am looking hard at the works to try and make sure that I am not placing my political project within what the artists are actually saying. For instance, the work of Raphael Barontini. Oh, we love it. You know, we are being told it's Toussaint up on a horse. Well, we're messing with that in one of our exhibition displays, because next to it you've got a Gershwin Stella, you know, or what, you know, there's various ways we're messing with things. But I know American colleagues are so frustrated with Raphael's discourse over his work, but they will continue to be frustrated because there is no way you can truly be outspoken about your work in such a colonial context as the French art world. So not only through speech, but also through the works, there's all kinds of covers up that happen in the decorativeness, but we know that from other Caribbean artists. But I think it's ever more covert and hidden, and maybe self-consciously so. I think, well, my friend whom I mentioned, with whom I'm writing this article on art and enslavement, forbids me to talk about self-censorship. She says it's a bit too brutal, it's not refined enough. And yet, I find even myself doing it, and clearly, you know, so this is of course what's interesting to look at, you know, in the work. And Cécile knows by now, she's heard me, Del too, I can do it no problem. And at the same time, because these are my roots, and I'm just a born-again Trinidadian Jamet, I do like to indulge in a bit of analysis, as in, I see you, but I know you will never see me truly. First of all, because I don't exist. End of story.
Are there questions or comments, interventions?
I do see a ghost. We don't exist and you can't see me.
Oh.
Denise, I want a question from you. Because Denise knows the whole circus from day one.
I just have a question about like the idea of utopia. This sort of the idea of the non-lieu as sort of the no place. The idea of there is no Caribbean. And how the idea of utopia is always this thing which is, it's both an ideal, the utopia is the good place, but also it doesn't exist. The utopia is the no place, and how that might tie into sort of the idea of l'enville as this space which is real, not real, local, global, an idea and a reality. And how that's sort of tying all of your interventions together. The heteronomond that you were talking about as a kind of utopia, and then this sort of poetics of refusal and a kind of negation in which there is something productive. So it feels like utopia is connecting everything, and I'd like to hear about that from you all.
This is a great question and a great link you're making, that you're just piecing together. I hadn't pieced it together, the idea of the non-lieu, the non-place, and l'enville. And I think this is why I was drawn to Michael's space, as he well knows. And I think we haven't spoken the word futurity just yet. That is a place yet to exist. You know, when I first read Michael's novels, or short stories actually, I started with the short stories, and it's hard for me. I'm no cyberpunk. I'm punk in other ways, but not cider. So I'm really wrestling with Michael's language, and he knows it. So I really have to kind of work through the language and all of it, and I'm contorting like the dancer in, you know, Michael's, you know, piece. But what I felt was that Michael has a tremendous sense of space. And indeed, that day, because we were actually about to place a little, you know, scaled model of the works on a floor plan, Michael was just like jostling with it all. He really had a spatial sensibility. And that spatial sensibility is applied to precisely what representations of the Caribbean lack. A future. It's always the past, it's always slavery, plantation, and I indulge in that. Oh, we love it. You know, there's a little bit of, oh God, you know, so we do it, okay, fine, we know the ropes, okay, fine. You know, the plantation, the banana, we can do it. Because it's there, actually. You know, there's a banana on the wall, what can you do? I mean, it calls for me to tell you, yes, Olivier Marbeuf was right. The art space is a plantation. And we need to escape. You know, it's like sometimes you just can't resist it, right? So in any case, so what we're missing is a sense of, well, forever a space of our own, but also a space like no other. So it's not a non-space anymore. It's a space like no other. And that is what l'enville is.
Yeah, that's it. It's also a space of all possibilities. I'm I'm not tender with utopias because to me it's like unreachable.
Mhm.
So that's why I was talking about counter dystopias, escaping, marooning. For me, it's more tangible, and it's really what writers could do today to project something. How can we escape the dystopias we are living right now, all around the world? And creating L'Enville is about, yes, aiming for ideals, maybe, aiming for all possibilities at once, aiming for other kind of place. Like Glissant said about the Tout Monde, it's a place that you cannot
Circumscribe.
Sorry?
It's boundless.
Circumscribe?
Frame or
yeah.
bound?
Yeah. Contourné.
Delineate.
It's
Delineate,
unbound.
yeah.
It's unbound.
C'est incontournable.
It's unbound.
Incontournable.
The non-thing, it's really a thing we can embody in the Caribbean.
Mhm.
We are indefinable in our identity is really multiple, so we cannot root it to one. Our place is diasporic, so it is
unbound.
Yeah. So
Uncircumscribable.
that prefix, it's really a good way of thinking Caribbean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's not an utopia, but it is also. Yeah. Sorry for my baragouinage.
Denise, please tell us something about the circus you've witnessed. Tell us something about the circus. About the circus. You can call it carnival too.
That you've witnessed at Met.
Am I sure I understand? I'm not sure I understand. Tell you something about
the circus.
The circus of. There are multiple rings. Which one are you?
No, I mean from your own Modèle Noir experience.
Oh God.
You see, she gets it now.
You don't want to be here all night, do you?
No, I don't. No, just an overview, a summary. I mean, were you surprised, Denise? Because you've been accompanying the project.
That analogy of the three-wing circus is it has some relevance. As a curator who, at the Met, are we? This is being.
Oh, this is being recorded. It is being recorded, so
got
maybe
it.
we to the dinner. We record everything here, so just be aware. We record everything.
I just think that there are, a whole range of opportunities to engage.
Okay, you're on tape. Okay, fine.
The type of content that we've discussed here, and our challenge is, harnessing just the vastness of relative vastness. I mean, the Met has 147 curators in 17 different curatorial departments. And so when we think about how to develop an exhibition or even how to acquire an artist, there are just multiple possible ways to do that. So one of the challenges of any curator at the Met is just, kind of navigating that to achieve a specific desired outcome. And so there are successes, and there can be challenges. But I do think part of why we kind of get up and, do the work every day is that when you can break through, it can really be meaningful, on a pretty broad scale. So that's that's it. I mean, there are opportunities, there are challenges, but we keep working through the challenges to achieve the breakthroughs, and have some successes and some maybe not so, for all kinds of reasons. How's that? For 6 p.m. for the record, for 6 p.m.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Of the day, when we're all ready for a nice glass of wine.
Whiskey. Thank you, Denise.
One question. Wait, we'll take a back from this. And that's really a question for all of you. In Longueville, are there spaces dedicated to experiencing art? And how do they function? What do they look like? What do they not look like? And
in my novels.
Well, no,
do I mention art? Yeah.
In what we are together imagining as Longueville.
It's really simple. It's a little bit cliché too, because we are in the future and because Longueville has become a new El Dorado for the whole world. There is a scene where there is a couple of immigrants coming from Italy and trying to find subventions, fundings to fund.
In Longueville?
Yeah, in Longueville.
And why Italians? What is wrong with you, an Italian artist?
Because they want to, save the art of the old world. Old Europea. So yeah, they are trying to fund a new museum in Longueville. And
Is there Carrara marble in Longueville?
Nope. But synthesized marble, yeah, maybe, yeah. So sometimes I play with some kind of art, and it's really, même en français, je l'ai pas, le mot. C'est vraiment par petites touches. Little touch. Yeah.
What the art in Longueville looks like, you'll hopefully see it in Guadeloupe in just a few months from now.
Even here at the Colonial Gallery, we
of course, yeah. But our setup is different, yeah.
When does Guadeloupe open?
October 15.
Okay.
And it's still to be published maybe in 2 years. You will see the book. The books are called Thé Marron, Longueville Emmêlée, and Corps Marron, but for the English public, English spoken public.
It's 2 years out?
C'est
dans 2 ans?
Maybe 2 years if the translator works well. Under the title Longueville 2070. Yeah.
Nice.
Wonderful.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh dear.
So when does it open?
Morning, pretty early actually. It's at 8:45 here for our first hour of 3 panels. Thank you so much. Yeah, quicken.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Del Hamilton. I'm the director of the Alain Locke Gallery. This has been a fantastic afternoon. Just a quick housekeeping for tomorrow. Please, no drinks or food inside the Hip Hop Archive. So I bid you adieu. Have a great dinner.